And I am honestly really happy that I got over my cold just in time to play this game, because I've been looking forward to this game. I don't know what it is about this game, but it's piqued my interest, therefore I want to play it. And this is the kid at the back. This is also another yandere sim, but I will tell you guys this right now. Compared to the last 2 games we played, I'm not getting a whole lot of yandere vibes from Mr. Mans right here. But what I am getting is mystery vibes, and lots of it, and I'm here for it. I can't wait. But let me do my sound check, because you guys are mean and don't tell me when you can't hear me. I might need to turn the volume of the game up a bit more. Just a bit. Not a lot. Just a bit. Once I find it. I can find it. I don't want to turn it up too much higher. I feel like right there should do. Okay, we good. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's start. Notice this game is still in development and incomplete. If you have questions or errors to report, please feel free to contact me through here. Warning, this game includes explicit and dark themes such as death, murder, sexual assault, implied abuse, and sexual themes that may be sensitive for some audiences. You may see the full list of warnings here. By agreeing to these terms, you are hereby allowing yourself to indulge with the game with full understanding and are able to differentiate between fiction and reality. Are you sure you would like to proceed? Yes. Yes. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden did lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. Day 1, the beloved. And class dismissed. By our next meeting, I need a full report of the chosen poem everyone searched. Got it? The classroom is then filled with a series of low yes ma'ams and a few hums. Allie, no. Allie, no what? What'd I do? I just started. What do you mean stop? What did I do? I just started. Satisfied, your literature teacher packs up her things and goes out of the classroom. Read normally. So mean to me. Once she was out, the students went on a series of chitter and chatters. Others stood up, dragging their chairs as they prepared to head out for lunch break. A slight yawn escaped your lips. Your eyes gazed outside through the classroom's windows. The sky is starting to dim, the sun's rays blocked by the dark clouds looming. You cursed under your breath. It's going to rain. Just my luck. I didn't bother to bring an umbrella, too. You sighed in irritation as you stood up from your seat. Suddenly, a tap on your shoulder interrupted your line of thought. You turned your head towards the person asking for your attention. Your eyes meet with cobalt blue ones. They stare straight into your own orbs, a brow raised as if in slight irritation. She is clearly impatient. Impatient for what? Did you hear me? Do you want to come with us for lunch? I mean, I know you don't really eat lunch and spend most of your time somewhere else, but you sure you're not going to eat? I mean, look at you. Your eye twitched from her words. You have no idea if that was out of concern for your well-being or if she's trying to bring you down. Either way, it stung you. You wrapped your arms around yourself, your insecurity rising up to your throat, trying to suffocate you. Brittany! Just then, a new and familiar voice broke your inner turmoil. Oh, that's right. That's really insensitive of you. Imagine if someone else told you about how you look. Jericho Ichabod. Crow for short. Congrats on being first, Mandy. The class representative and one of your close friends. Heck, probably one of your friends that... Probably only one of your friends that you really admire. And maybe have a tiny crush on. Brittany only huffed and looked away from Crow's spiteful gaze as he turned his attention to you. Crow gives you a small smile while handing out something to you. You look down to see it. I'm loving this music, by the way. It was your ID. You dropped this, by the way. You grabbed your ID and looked down to see. Your name is Althemia. Last name, Mele. The ID shows my name, Althemia Mele, along with my pronouns. He looked at the idea one more time and double-checked if it's correct. Name, Althemia Mele. Pronouns, she, her. Yep. He took your ID back from Crow and gave him a small thank you. He gave you a closed smile, muttering no problem as he went back to Brittany's side where the rest of his friends are. So, are you coming with us or not? Brittany said, clearly getting impatient by the second, her hand on her hip while waiting for your response. He then decided to... Let's save. I want to go to the rooftop. A tick of irritation formed on your forehead before huffing out the anger. Actually, I was feeling somewhere else today, so no thanks. You and your group can go ahead. Brittany raised an eyebrow before shrugging her shoulders. Suit yourself then. She snapped her fingers before turning around and heading out with the rest of her friends. In all honesty, you have no idea where to go despite the school being very notorious and having so many facilities. You were thankful you got accepted here in the first place through your scholarship. But making friends in this forsaken school is on a whole new level. He sighed and looked out through the classroom's windows at the darkening sky. Maybe the smell and sound of the incoming rain might help ease the burning feeling within you. With a goal in mind, you went to the rooftop. The rooftop is off limits, but they don't often bother to even lock it up, much less barricade it. Once you got in, you took a seat on the pavement under a small shade as droplets of rain slowly descended from the sky. And just then, you heard footsteps to your right. A few mutters of words were heard. Curiosity nagged you. You went to the corner where the sound came from, and there stood what seemed to be a student with bluish-green hair. And they were in a call. They're stepping the cycle back and forth as he talks to whoever he is talking to behind his flip phone. His other hand grips his hair, clearly irritated to whoever he is talking to. He flipped his flip phone closed and let out a sigh. Suddenly his body froze. And the drastic change in his demeanor sent chills down your spine. I can see you, you know. Show yourself. All right, I'll come out. You slowly inch forward, showing yourself to the strange student. The more you look at the face, the more he seemed familiar. And judging from his facial expression, he was thinking the same thing. One second, guys. How much did you hear? I only heard you curse and nothing else. You answered with honesty. He raised a brow, trying to look at your face, see if you're telling the truth. He sighed and shook his head. Either way, it's rude to eavesdrop on someone's conversation. I told you, I just got here. You furrow your eyebrows. He just chuckled, acting as if it's just silly teasing. He seemed familiar. Let me remember. He closed his eyes, his hand on his chin doing a thinking motion like those cartoon detectives in TV shows. Althemia Mele from art class, correct? Let's tell the truth. Nod your head. The student smiled in glee. That's great. That means you'd be willing to help me with something. Wait, what? I'm Hugo, by the way. You see, I won't be able to make it to the next class, and I kind of promised my partner for the class that I'll be there. Hugo chuckled, a sweat drop forming on his cheek. You gave him a look. Seriously? But I'll make it up to you, I promise. I'm quite close to the student council and happen to know a few connections. I might be able to refer you if you'd like. He says with a wink and a nudge, wanting to take the offer. And that does seem like a good offer. Can help lessen your expenses and have a higher discount on your scholarship. And judging from his looks, it doesn't seem like you have a choice. With a sigh, you accepted his offer. Hugo gave you a pat on the back as if you guys have been long old friends before escorting you out of the rooftop with him in tow. The school bell rings, indicating the start of the next class. You just barely made it to your next class. Your professor already on his desk and was slowly bringing out their tools for the lesson of the day. He looked across the room, paintbrushes by the shelves, the week's featured artwork with a few blank canvases hidden in a shelf. You sigh as you try to look around, whoever the soul person the guy from the rooftop was talking about, until it hit you. I don't even know what the soul guy even looks like. You groaned and took your seat by the window. Maybe you'll find out once your professor starts his class. I'll be assigning each one of you with a partner to work with for the upcoming weeks. You and your partner will be doing 3 different artworks that need to be submitted by the deadline. Aww. Hope you all got a partner already by this time. Now, I want you all to go to your designated partners before I start explaining your tasks. Shit. He mumbled under your breath. This is what you get for not attending his class last time. You don't have a partner. Luckily, you're not the only one. He looked around trying to spot someone who doesn't have a partner yet, since the guy from the rooftop clearly said they were supposed to be partners. Just your lucky day, you guessed. You were forced out of your seat since your seatmate's partner will be occupying it for the class. Unlike the rest of the class scurrying to meet their partner, there was one who wasn't moving from his seat. You went to where he was situated. He seems to be reading a book. You let out a small cough to catch his attention. He closed his book and looked up at you. Seems like you're a bit lost there. Nope. I think we're partners. Do you have a partner? No. Well, just your luck then. Me neither. So, do you want to be partners? Sure, why not? He's scary looking. He took the vacant seat right beside him, his book now tucked away, and on his desk is now a pen and a piece of paper, seemingly ready to take notes. Hey, I never got to know your name. It's not quite important. Well, I should at least know what to call you instead of green streaked hair guy. He raised a brow at your silly nickname you gave him before slightly shaking his head. Sullivan Brugmancia? But just call me Soul. Soul. You got it, Allie. I don't know. I think I butchered his name. Your name contradicts with your whole glam, not gonna lie. Soul looked away, scratching his cheek. Guess so. Not really the jolly type. Okay. Hugo's more of that. Well, I'm Althemia Mele. Nice to finally know your name, Soul. Soul nodded with a small smile before returning his attention back to the professor. For this term, I want you and your partner to pass 3 art pieces. The first one will be a portrait of your partner, strictly on paper with charcoal as a medium. You groaned. Boomer art teachers. Your professor then proceeds to give the other 2 tasks before leaving you and the rest of the class to do your task for the day. Everyone started talking with their partners, some taking out their needed materials as the other one poses. He turned to Soul as he took out his own charcoal pencils and a sketch pad for the class. I gotta tell you right now, Soul, I'm decent at art. Sakura! Hi, Sakura! I'm good at art, but not that good at art. I'm still quite a beginner. You got nothing to worry about. My usual partner isn't much of an artist either. Your usual partner? Oh, yeah, I already had an assigned partner for this class, but he ditched me at the last minute for some important family business. He never tells me, though. And I'm not the type to pry either. Does your friend go by the name Hugo, perhaps? Yeah? How did you know? I met him during lunch. He was on the rooftop. Typical of him. Sorry you got dragged into his mess of taking his place. You shook your head, telling him that you don't mind one bit. He then keeps talking, as if he's scolding the green-haired lad back on the rooftop like a little brother. It was actually cute. He slowly took out your sketch pad and started drawing Soul's different expressions as he talks. Would you believe me if I tell you that guy is one of the top students in the entire class, yet is always missing in action? Really now, he doesn't seem to be that type of guy. Which part? Being a top student or always missing in action? Soul's brow raised and he shrugged as you kept on sketching his face. Soul, however, caught up to what you were doing and stood up from his seat and tried to pry your sketch pad out of your hands. Hey, mine! My sketch pad. Were you drawing me this entire time? No? Liar. I thought I was supposed to be the one drawing you, not the other way around. He sat back on his seat and crossed his arms. His eyes narrowed while he bit his lower lip. Aw, come on. It's not big of a deal, Soul. Plus, you look really cute. Soul's cheeks turned red and eyes popped open from your comment and looked away. The grip on his arm tightened, causing his long sleeve to wrinkle. Whoa, wait, hold up. What was that? Ah, not fair. I saw him say something. Not fair. You say something? Nothing. You tilted your head to the side. You sure mumble a lot. It's a habit. I'm not used to talking a lot. You keep talking about your friend Hugo. You seem to be fond of him regardless. Soul just sighed and rubbed his nape, his expression relaxing a bit. I owe him a lot, that's all. Enough about Hugo, though. Let's continue on with our task. All right. And I'm drawing, that's final. I saw that. Ah, this game is mean to me. You pouted. All right, Grumpy. As you drew, you couldn't help but stare at his face and the bandage on his cheek, and judging from how much it covered half of his face, it's quite a large bruise. You fell down the stairs or something? What makes you say that? He asked. You pointed at the wound on his cheek with your pencil. Well, you can say that. Nothing for you to worry about, though. He weren't sure if he wanted to pry more into the conversation, much less want to know what exactly happened. Because from the way he talks, it doesn't seem like he fell. But that's a story for another day. Hope he gets better soon. Thanks. Sol managed to sketch up your portrait, but was caught up with the bell eventually, not being able to finish on time. He tried to pry off your sketch pad from your hands again, however, trying to get rid of the doodles you made of him during his little rant about his friend. My sketchbook. Mine. Mine. It's mine. But you chucked your sketch pad in your bag before he could get his hands on it. Nah. So eventually he gave up and started packing as well. You and him went to the exit door of the classroom and continued on in the hallway. Do you have a phone? We should exchange numbers and update each other so we can do the next two more tasks. Solden takes out his own phone, and asks for your number. You recite it out as he inputted it on his phone. Let me try to send you a message. You nodded and looked at your phone screen and saw a new notification from an unknown number. I bite hands. Okay, Lila. Bitey. This must be Sol. Sup? Where do I click? He types so differently from how you look. What's that supposed to mean? What? You just do. Nothing. You chuckled. He rolled his eyes. You're a good guy, Sol. How about we hang out again tomorrow? By your request, Sol's eyes widen in disbelief. He lets out a breath that he was somehow holding before sighing. Of course. I'll see you tomorrow then. You nodded and walked off, giving him a wave goodbye, him returning with his own small wave. As you walked through the hallway, your eyes caught on something on the nearby bulletin board. A poster is plastered on the large board. The Hallows Ball. Come enjoy the festive spirit of Hallows Eve. A Halloween party, huh? By the time you arrived at your small apartment, it was already past 5 p.m. You stretched out your arms and let out a small groan. He locked your doors and decided to just order takeout for dinner. He went to the living room and plopped down on the couch and took out your phone. Scrolling through until a ping notified you of a new message. The Hallows Ball. Anyone want to go to the Halloween party this Friday? It's gonna be awesome! Aren't we all a bit too old for costume parties? Is it required? You two are no fun at all. I won't go if it's not a school requirement, much less a waste of my time. Is it? No, it isn't. But it'll be a great and fun experience for all of us. I mean, we should loosen up a bit, you know? I agree with Crow. Count me in. Pass. I've got more important things to do than that party. Now, will you excuse me? I'll be doing my leftover task for tonight. Geo has gone offline. Sheesh. A stick in the mud as usual. How about you, Althemia? Me? You join in? It'll be fun. You're honestly surprised they somehow remembered you. Checking your calendar through your phone, you didn't seem to have any plans in the near future, or plans at all. You'd like to just spend your time in your apartment alone. I mean, sure. That's great to hear. Crow seems happy about it. You giggled. This also reminds you of something. Or rather, someone. Opening another chat, you tapped in Sol's newly added contact and sent him a message by sending the image of the same poster Daryl sent. A Halloween party hosted by the school? Yeah. I'm not quite into parties. Oh. Well, that's alright. Just asking, that's all. Wait. If you're coming, then I'm coming as well. Really? Really? Do you plan on dressing up? I don't know. Do you? I mean, it's a costume party, so why not? I'll try to think of something then. You swear you can feel the smile behind those words. With a quick word of goodbye, you set your phone down when you heard your doorbell. That must be the food delivery. Afterwards, you ate your dinner and prepared yourself for bed. You thought of today and the events that occurred. And meeting Sol, of course. He's a really nice guy. It's a wonder how I never met him despite sharing a single class with him. Oh well. You entered your bedroom, letting out a big yawn as you stretched your body. You turn to your laundry slowly piling up, and scratch your head. We'll probably do laundry tomorrow. But for now... You plopped yourself on the soft cushions of your bed, getting into a comfortable position and slowly dozing off as you closed your eyes, embracing sleep as the night goes. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. The one who loves. I was a child, she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. I thought that was Mandy gonna yell at me again. Day 2 already. Hold up. Wait. I wanted to do stuff. Hang on. Wait. No, I don't want to overwrite the save. Hang on. Load. Jeez, it didn't last long. Okay, so we went to the rooftop. Let's go to the library. No, thank you. I'll head to the library today. Brittany just gave a low huff, not saying anything. She turned around with 4 of her friends following her lead, one of them being Crow. He, however, gave you one last look before heading out with the rest of the group. A sigh of relief escaped your lips as you gathered your thoughts and things. Next stop, the library. Feeding Peanut and stop. What's wrong? The hallway was rowdy and filled with a mix of sweaty and tired students, some on their way to their next class, while the rest went to the cafeteria's direction. And of course, there were some who were going in the same direction as you were. The library door is beyond your reach, a smile etched on your face, already missing the smell of books. You opened the doors, and you were hit by the smell of coffee and books. You went to your usual spot in the library, the one by the large window. Ow! In the bunky meh. The one by the large window near the cafe section. The fancy thing about your university is that their library is a library cafe. Students can get coffee as early in the morning up until the afternoon. It is a huge hit amongst the students, and you can't seem to blame them. Coffee fuels every college student's souls, especially getting work done. That is a mood. Thank you, Sakura. Giving me the head pats. Mandy being mean, not liking how I'm reading. As you made your way towards your usual spot, however, you halted when a person suddenly took a seat on the spot. You groaned. Just great. What should I do about this? I did not expect to get to day 2 so fast. Just take the seat beside him. At the cost of the comfort of your favorite spot, you don't want to deal with him nor want to engage in a conversation. He walked towards where he is at, him not minding your presence, and took the seat right next to him. He paid you no mind as you placed your things down and took out your laptop, preparing to write down a head start of your report. It was quiet, and your attention was just solely focused on the work before you, while the guy beside you continued on with his book. The sound of him flipping through was oddly comforting. Time passed by, and the next thing you know, there were only a few students left in the library. The guy beside you closed his book, chucked it in his bag, and left the library. He turned to look up at the library's large clock. A few minutes before your next class. You stopped writing down, turned off your laptop, and placed all of your things in your bag before heading out of the library as you quickly rushed out to make it to your next class. You just barely made it to your next class, your professor already on his desk and was wait. The classroom is slowly being filled in with the professor already by the table. You quickly went to your seat. You suddenly felt as if someone was staring at you, drilling holes through the back of your head, You turned around but saw no one, everyone just simply minding their own business. You shrugged it off and returned your gaze to your professor. You panicked as you looked around, trying to spot some loner or an unfortunate soul like you who wasn't able to attend last time. But from the looks of it, it seems like almost everyone is already partnered up. Just great! You were forced out of the seat since your seatmate's partner would be occupying it for the class. Unlike the rest of the class scurrying around to meet their partner, there was one who wasn't moving from his seat. You went to where he was situated. He seems to be reading a book. You let out a small cough to catch his attention. He closed his book and looked up at you. Hey, his face isn't bandaged this time. Soul means sun or brightness, right? Soul nodded. I guess you can say that. I like it. It's a unique name. Thanks. Well, I'm Althemia. Nice to meet you. Nice to finally know your name, Soul. Let's say pretty good at art for this one. Soul gives a small smile. I'd love to see some of your works then. So would you like me to draw my portrait first? Sure. Wait, let me get my things. You took out your sketch pad and a charcoal pencil as Soul relaxed on his seat. Would you like me to pose or... Maybe do a 3-4 finger pose. Alright. Your eyes scanned his face. The more you look at him, the more you notice some of his features. His cheekbones, his lips with 2 piercings, his thick eyebrows, the way his hair settles down on his shoulders, and his reddish-orange eyes. He's actually quite handsome. For a moment, you just stared at his eyes. He noticed and stared back, his pupils dilating before he realized he was staring. No, look that. Heat rises to... Owie. Heat rises to his cheeks. He quickly averted his head away. Hey, eyes on me. Sorry, I'm not used to being stared at for that long. Relax, it's just me. Plus, you'll stare at my boring face after I'm done with your portrait. Okay, close up, he's kinda cute. Kinda cute, he's hot. Maybe that's why I was so excited to play this game. Your face isn't boring. I actually think you look beautiful. Well, he says without even thinking twice. His eyes met yours, half-lidded, and his pupils were wide. Now it's your turn to turn red. What do you mean, Allie? What'd I do? You hid your face behind your sketch pad and whacked him with your charcoal pencil. Stop saying stupid and stay still. Soul just chuckled and stilled his movements, a hand on his chest and a smile on his face. Before you knew it, the bell rang and class was over. You weren't done with your sketch, however. The conversation kept repeating in your mind and made it hard for you to concentrate. And like hell, you're going to show it to Soul. Come on, just a peek. Nuh-uh. Mine. It's not done yet. Boo. You chucked the sketch pad in your bag before Soul would grab hold of it. He got up from your seat and headed out of the classroom, Soul coming close behind with his own bag as he leaves as well with the rest of the class. Do you have a phone? We should exchange. Okay, we got that part. Ah! Okay, that was that one. We'll save this one right here. Okay. We're going to go back to, this one. And, right? Okay, ask them to move away from your seat. Hey, this is my seat. That's your seat, and no one else is going to take it away from you and your comfort. You puffed out your chest and went towards the person where your rightful spot should be. He was reading a book, way too focused on it. He didn't notice your presence for a short while. He faked a cough. This seems to catch his attention. What do you mean he sounds like me? Huh? You're in my seat. Can I have it back? He looks up from the book he's reading, and you're met with piercing reddish eyes, eye bags right under it as if he has never gotten a wink of sleep for a week. You twiddle your thumbs, your heart thumping from your chest as you return his gaze, ending in some sort of stare down. He raised a brow before looking around, under the table, on the seat, heck, even under his book before turning back to you. He's gonna say what I think he's gonna say. Yes, I just now noticed what Lila said. Now, explain. What do you mean he sounds like me? I don't see your name anywhere. I knew it. A vein tightened. Oh, so he's trying to be a smartass, huh? Your cheeks puffed and he just gave a small chuckle before closing his book and placed it down on the table. I'll give you your seat back, but what can you offer in exchange? Something intimate. No, I'm too shy. You want coffee? Just give me my seat. I have no time for your games. Just leave me and let me have my seat that you stole. However, he just stared at you. A second passed before returning his attention back to his book. If you really want to sit here, then make me. Either way, I'm already comfortable here, so I'm not leaving. This guy is getting on your nerves. Okay, if he doesn't want to leave, then so be it. I will sit right here, kind sir. Your lap is perfect for me. Without thinking, you moved to him before plopping yourself down on his lap. This clearly caught him by surprise, for he lets out a sharp gasp, his eyes wide, gripping the book he nearly threw away. You wouldn't move, so I had to take my rightful spot. He looked behind him with a cocky smirk before setting down your things on the table and went to do your literature report. He couldn't handle the booty. No, he surely could not. He hasn't said anything for a full minute. His body's stiff. ... He froze. I done broke him. Look, he didn't want to move. So it's only natural that I take my spot. And since he's in my spot, it's only natural that I sit upon him. You broke him. I am proud that I broke him. Did he stop breathing too? Relax, will ya? You're making it uncomfortable for me, and it's hard to concentrate. The breath that he was holding was finally let out. He grumbled under his breath and placed his arm beside yours as he watched you go on with your work. Edgar Allan Poe? Yeah, what about it? What a coincidence. My report is about him too, but not on A Dream Within a Dream. There's so many poems by him that I could think you're doing a report on. What made you choose this poem out of everything else he's written? That was a genuine question from him, eyeing you with curiosity. Move aside, my turn? No, I don't want to share. Do I have to share? I don't want to share the hot man. I just think it's interesting. The way he writes is unlike any other writer out there. Plus, I think this poem talks about being uncertain about something, like about life or about someone's feelings. You trailed off. The ache in your heart suddenly burns within your body. He seems to notice your change in demeanor before opening his mouth. I think that's a good topic to make a report on. Your eyes met his, a smile on his face. A chuckle left your lips at his response. Thanks. I'll do my best on it. He realized he was staring for quite a while before looking away, a small red tint invading his cheeks, avoiding your gaze. You smiled and went on with your report on his lap, him finally relaxing underneath you. How about you? What's the poem you picked from the great Mr. Poe himself? The guy looked up as if thinking before turning to look at you. Have you read Annabelle Lee? If my memory serves me right, is it the poem about their love for this woman named Annabelle Lee, right? That poem, not gonna lie, has a lot of deep meaning and symbolism to it. Anyone can have multiple interpretations of it. But the main concept, at least in my opinion, is that the speaker loves Annabelle to the point of death and even after death. Yeah, pretty much. And I honestly think it's beautiful. Love? Death. His body laxed, mind somewhere else, but the small smile and the light in his eyes are apparent before his smile turned into a frown. But people refuse to let them be together, as if fate refuses them to die together. What was that? What? Oh, no, don't mind me. But yeah, that's my report. Sorry, I kind of started rambling on. Nah, I don't mind. Thanks for sharing. I honestly think it's quite interesting. Also, I didn't think you'd be the type of person to be into romance. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing. Some time passed and there were only a few more minutes left before the bell rings. You packed up your things and stood up from your seat, almost forgetting you made some sort of cushion. Hey, sorry for sitting on you like that. That was kind of rude to me. I mean, of me. No, it's all right. What was that? Nothing. Your next class is art, correct? How did you know? It's my next subject. Who knows? Maybe we're classmates who just have different teachers. He lets out a sigh, seemingly disappointed at the realization. He packed up his things and before heading towards the exit, you followed him on the way out. Just then you heard someone calling out your name. You faced to your left and saw no other than Crow, Brittany, and the rest of her group of friends. What happened to Brittany? I see that you did spend your time in the library. I did. How was lunch? Brittany's eyes narrowed. You didn't understand why, but the moment your eyes went to her ruined uniform, you kind of guessed what happened. That has got to be one of the best food fights I've ever been in. We're in college, aren't we? Why are there food fights in college? The jock behind her exclaimed. He seemed to be unstained, save for a few spaghetti sauce on his jersey. But that didn't seem to bother him. Daryl, you better shut your fucking mouth before I would do the honors for you. Now, Brittany. Let's just go to the changing room and ask from the principal some extra uniforms, all right? The girl with glasses cuts off Brittany, calming her down in the process. You're right. Let's go, Jess. Can't believe I have to be late for my next class because of this bullshit. Daryl said nothing but hid behind a tall, stoic male as both Jess and Brittany left. Sometimes I forget how scary she is. Don't you agree, Gio? Get off me! Sometimes you wonder how the group are even friends, but then again, people don't usually approach your friend group. You often wonder, but then again, it's none of your business to pry. Ignore them. So, back to you, Althemia. Oh, right. I actually had to fight someone for my favorite spot in the library. Talk about a pain in the ass. Crow just chuckled, his eyes telling you to go on. He shouldn't have gotten too far. He just left. You turned around, expecting a green-haired streaked male to be there, but to your surprise, he was already gone. He's fast? 1 second, guys. Kick them off for fun. I don't like Britney. Well then. I'm loving this music. Like, no joke. No. I never got to ask what his name is. Well, you better get off to your next class. We only have a few minutes left before the bell rings. I'll see you soon, Althemia. You waved him goodbye, Crow going forward with Darrow and Geo behind. You scratched your head before heading towards the other direction and on to your next class as the bell rings, echoing through the hallway. What was that? Got hiccups? He looked around the classroom, trying to look for a familiar boy. There. He's situated at the very back of the classroom. Judging from his look, he's been staring at you for a while. You gave him a small smile and a wave. He smiled back with a small wave of his own. He went onto your seat by the window, turning around to face him one more time. His eyes still fixated on you, a hand on his cheek while admiring you. Heat raised up to your cheeks from the somewhat dreamy look on his face. You turned your head back to the front, focusing on whatever your professor is talking about. He sits at the back. No wonder I don't quite notice him. Okay. We already did these. La 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 la. Ah, stop! I'm so glad it doesn't go past what we already read. Okay, hang on. Okay. 2. Okay, we're gonna go back to we're gonna go back to that one, but I want to finish. Yeah, load that. Let's find somewhere else to sit. You don't want to deal with strangers or anyone at all at this very moment, even if you want to be at your spot at the very moment. Looking around, you decide to find a different seat. Sadly, the available ones you're able to see are the ones next to the loud, gossiping students. You swear out of all the places to be, they have to be in the library. You decided to grab a book to avert your attention to something else. You don't feel like doing your research paper. He went to the fiction section. Tall bookshelves come in your view. Your fingers brushed along the spines of the books, some old, some new. Thud. Did I drop a book? A thud caused the shelf to wobble a bit, nearly knocking a few books down. You clicked your tongue and tried to take a peek through the bookshelves to see what's causing it. Well, look at what we have here. It's Creep Mickey. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Great, another bullying situation. You sigh. Sometimes people never grow out of their high school phase. Okay, so we are in college. I figured we were in college because on the character sheets that the artist made of the game, they're all in like their 20s and up. I think like the youngest one's 23. The poor guy didn't say anything as they were pinned onto the bookshelf, explaining the few shakes. Just then, he muttered something under his breath. What did you say? Speak up, freak. I said, fuck off. Why, you little... You winced, the redhead landing a blow on the boy before your eyes caught something glistening from the raven-haired bully's pocket. A pocket knife. How the fuck did he get in with that? Let's see if you'll continue being a smartass once I cut your mouth. Oh, no. Shit. Return. Stop them. I've got to stop them. You rushed out as quickly as you can across to where the bullies are. Stop! For the sound of your voice, the bullies halted in their movement and returned to face you. You looked at him, clearly knocked down on the floor, a few books at his side. Your eyes met with piercing reddish ones. His eyes narrowed as he turned at your sudden appearance. If you hurt him, I'll scream and alert everyone in the library. By your threat, the bullies clicked their tongue before roughly kicking the guy on the floor and leaving, the raven-haired one shoving your shoulder on their way out. You rubbed the area where the bullies shoved you before turning your attention back to the student on the floor. He looks pretty beaten up, a purple bruise forming on his left cheek. He went towards him and kneeled down, offering your hand. He said nothing, however, looking at your outreached hand, hesitating for a while before gripping your wrist and helping him stand. Now that he's standing at his full height, he's actually pretty tall, probably around 6 foot. His red eyes go back and forth around the area. Back to you, hand on a random corner. Ah. We should probably get you to the nurse's office. I'm fine. No need. And with that, he left as quickly as he could. You trailed after him, seeing him packed up his things from what seems to be your usual spot before exiting the library. Well, at least my usual spot is open now, but I wonder if they're actually feeling alright. Man, bullies. I hate bullies. I hate them. From the corner of your eye, you notice something, or rather someone. It's the guy from the library. He's in the same class as me. Why haven't I noticed him before? When his eyes met yours, they widened a bit before turning away, his focus now on the book in his hand, a slight tint of red on his pale cheeks. Maybe this is my chance to get to know him. I'm still honing my skills in art. Hope that's alright with you. Everyone starts somewhere. As long as you appreciate the work of art, you'll do fine. How about you? Maybe you should do my portrait first. Well, if you insist, Sol said, relaxing on his seat and taking out his sketch pad and pencil. You sit back and relax as well, tucking a loose strand and fixing your hair as if you're about to take a picture. Sol notices this, and you swear you saw the edges of his lips twitched upward. The sound of pencil against paper filled the classroom. You on your seat as Sol looked up at you and back on the paper from time to time. Whenever he gazes at you, you swear his eyes go half-lidded as if in a dreamy daze. Aww. But you didn't think much about it. Thank you. What was that? So, aww. Sol stopped his strokes on the paper and finally locked gaze with you. His sketchpad covers half of his face as he speaks. Thank you, Althemia, for helping me back in the library. Oh, it's not a problem. You were in quite a pickle, and no one bothered to help you out. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't save you there. Okay, he's fucking adorable. See? I told you guys. Aww. Well, you saved me the trouble today. After that, Sol said nothing as he looked at you before continuing on. He swears a small tint of pink appeared on his ears as he kept hiding half of his face behind his sketchpad. Small conversations were made then and there as he worked while you kept the air afloat. Sorry, I wasn't able to make it in time. You started, and Sol's eyes just widened at you before shaking his head. Don't worry about it. This type of thing is usual for me. The usual for you. He sighed as if the thought alone is such a huge task on his hands while he continues on. I'd get in trouble either way, so what's the point? Sol then mumbled something under his breath, the grip on the pencil tightening in his grip before sighing and looking up at you. And that was enough to calm him down and continue on with his sketch, leaving you dumbfounded. Before you knew it, class was over. Sol, however, is not done with his portrait of you. as his pencil still makes a few more final touches on his sketch pad. Just a few more touches. There. Can I see? Of course. Sol hands his sketches to you and you gasp. This looks so good. The details and everything. And he's not even done yet? Sol, this looks amazing. How the fuck did you do this? By your compliment, he just rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged a little, a bit embarrassed at your compliment. I'd love to sketch once in a while. I'd often draw random people in parks when I go out. You couldn't help but admire him and his work. Can I keep this? I mean, right after our professor grades it, of course. Sol places a hand under his chin, thinking about it. Not sure. I think I could do better than that one. But I really like this one. He just chuckled. All right, you can have it once I'm done and our professor grades it. But in return, I get to keep the portrait you'll make of me, all right? I think that's a fair deal. Sol agreed and you cheered. He gave back his sketch pad and fixed up your things. Sol packed up as well as you both headed out towards the hallway. We played the skippity-doo-dah, skippity-hey. I like that ending so far. Okay, was that all of them from this one? Oh no, there was something else on Find Somewhere Else to Sit, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Quickly leave the scene. He didn't want to be involved in this any longer. Who knows? You might be their next victim if you stay for too long. Fuck the book. You can come back and read some other time. You turned and quickly left. The smell of iron invaded your nose. You shook your head and quickly walked back to your table. Fuck! You little shit, you'll pay for that! What is all that noise? Just in time. From the corner of your eye, you spotted the librarian going to where the bullies were, and a gasp you heard from her lips. Two of you, to the principal's office! As for you, Mr. Brugmansia, you stay put as I call for the nurse. You can't help but tune in. More like the librarian's voice was a bit too loud that it reaches your ears, as you pack up your stuff preparing to leave the library. You turned your head, and it was at that moment you wished you didn't. Ah! His hand! There stood a tall boy in black, his eyes red and dull, with dark eye bags under it. His face is swollen, a purple bruise on his left cheek. But what made your heart stop along with your breathing is the blood on his left hand, a large gash on it. You were so busy staring at his wound that you didn't see him look your way. His gaze started to burn. He looked away, shoving the remaining notes in your bag, zipping it closed and sprinted out. Fuck the library. I'll just wait back in the classroom for my next class. Ugh. He looked around in the classroom before your eyes landed on something, or rather, someone familiar. Piercing red ones burning through you. He averted your eyes from his gaze, sweat accumulating from your temple. Shit, it's the guy from the library. I didn't know he's in the same art class as me. Without as much sparing him a glance, you quickly took your seat by the window and tried to focus on your professor. I'll be assigning each one with a partner to work with for the upcoming weeks. You and your partner will be doing 3 different artworks that need to be submitted by the deadline. I hope you all got a partner already. Oh wait, we already read this. I'm pretty great at art. Really now? I guess I'm lucky to be partnered with a very skillful person. Can I ask a favor though? You nodded, signaling for him to go on. Just don't stare too much on my face. I get embarrassed, especially with this bruise on my face. Oh, sorry. Don't worry about it. I would love to draw you if it weren't for my only working hand being injured right now. He sighed. He bit your lower lip as he took your sketch pad and pencil, ready to sketch him as he laid back on his chair and relaxed in his posture. You can't help but look at the bandage on his face, the purple bruise not fully covering the entire wound. Your eyes then trail to his wrapped hand, blood sweeping out of it. Your stomach doesn't feel good. Actually, you don't feel good at all. And Sol noticed your change in demeanor, and the fact you haven't moved an inch on your sketchpad told him something's wrong. Hey, you okay? If you're worried about my face, don't mind it. It's nothing to be worried about. But... Sol remained quiet, not sure what to do. The best thing he did was pulling down his sleeve, trying his best to hide his bandaged hand. There. All better. Althemia. You felt fingers under your chin. Next thing you know, you're face to face with Sol. His eyes filled with sorry, and his brows were furrowed in worry. At the sudden intimacy, your heartbeat quickened and you pulled away. Sorry. It's alright. He didn't mean to stare. No, I mean for leaving you there when you actually needed help. Sol raised a brow as he backed away. You were there? I'm back in the library. I should have helped you if I knew you were going to get badly injured. I'm such a coward. You gripped the pencil, guilt filling through your bones on what you could have easily avoided and maybe helped out. Hey. It's alright. There was nothing else you could do during that time. Who would bother to help me anyway? Say, why don't you make it up for me by finishing that portrait? Sol tells you with a small smile, trying his best to change the subject and to cheer you up. He said nothing, however, but started slow with his sketch. The guilt is still eating you from the inside. The bell rang. Sadly, you weren't done with his portrait yet. Quite not sure of how it turned out. Can I see it? I'm not done yet, though. Is that so? Well, I haven't gotten started with yours. Can you wait until I finish? I promise I won't take long. Take as much time as you need, Althemia. You and Sol then packed up. You hurriedly shove everything in your bag, wanting to leave the room as soon as possible. He rushed out, catching Sol by surprise. He quickly fixed his things as well and tried to catch up to you in the hallway. He went out as quickly as he could, but Sol was hot on your trail. He eventually caught up to you and grabbed your wrist with his good hand, stopping you in your tracks, eyes still refusing to look at him. Sol sighed, and rubbed the back of his head. Hey. He didn't say anything. Sol realized what he did and lets go of your wrist, mumbling a soft sorry under his breath and shoving his hands in his pocket as he bit his lower lip. A slight tint of red invading his ears, but still determined to talk to you. We should try to finish our assignment when we can, so I need to have some way to contact you. You turned to look at him and thought about it before pulling out your phone. This is just for the sole purpose of the project. Hey, I'd like for us to be friends. After what you did to him back in the library? The apparent shock on your face was enough for him to know exactly what you were thinking about and tilted his head to the side, his eyes furrowed and a small smile on his face. Stop thinking about what happened in the library. I forgive you. In fact, I wouldn't forgive myself if you were in the same position. What was that? I would like for us to be friends, Althemia. You just said that. But why? His eyes ever so softened. Why not? Aww. A soft smile on his face, trying to calm you down, telling you that everything is alright. The tightness in your chest slowly fades away the more you look at him, reassuring you that you did nothing wrong. You're a good guy, Sol. How about we hang out again tomorrow? By your request, Sol's eyes widened in disbelief. No, wait. I think we read this too. Whee! This one. Okay, hang on. No, I want to go back to the main menu. I want to go back. Oh, I just had to click the main menu. I think we're missing a picture. I think 3 of these pictures might read for the next chapter, but Allie, he's gonna be in the yonder list. Yeah, he is. I think I'm missing a pic. Others. I think I'm missing one. I'm gonna be the best wife to Soul. No, me. Me! I'm good wife material. I'm not good wife material. I'm sick. Okay. Hang on. I want to try something. We're gonna go back to this one. I'm gonna go to find somewhere else to sit. Quickly leave the scene again, unfortunately. Do that. We're gonna do not good at that good at art. Yes, you are. Are you sure? You sure about that, fam? I think whoever gets with me is going to like regret their life's decisions. I'm not that confident in my art skills. It's all right, as long as we get to finish the work the professor assigned us. Can I just ask a favor? Yeah, what is it? Just don't include my bruise. He slightly averted away, refusing to meet your gaze as if embarrassed. He seems to be quite cautious of his appearance. Of course, anything to make you comfortable. Thank you. Plus, I might actually take a while to even finish. Take your time. You can't help but to... Okay, we did that. No! I did something wrong. Okay, so it's not there where I'm missing a picture. So we're gonna go back to... We're finally gonna go back to this one. We're gonna go with our friends. We're gonna go with them. Brittany hummed a sound of contempt before turning her heel and heading towards the classroom's exit. In tow with her are 4 other people, one being Crow. Crow looks back at you by the door, waiting for you. You caught up with them and met eyes with Crow again. There was something in his gaze that sent a shiver down your spine. He quickly averted your eyes once you got out with Crow following behind you and your group heading towards the school's cafeteria. The cafeteria was loud. Students lined up to grab today's school lunch, while the rest went to the table with their packed lunches. So, Althemia, do you want to come with us to get the school's food for today, or do you want to go grab a table with the others? Brittany said, her gaze fixated on you. Brittany, along with Crow and a girl with an orange uniform, seemed to be grabbing school lunch. Meanwhile, the 2 guys with them have their own packed lunch about to head off to find a seat for the group. You decide that you... I have packed lunch. I packed my own lunch. Brittany just shrugged. All right, then. Let's go, Jess. She went to line up with the rest of the students, the girl with glasses following up behind her. You really need to recall who are the friends you hang out with again. The girl with glasses, as you recalled when Brittany mentioned her name, was Jess. She's a big nerd and has a fondness for this idol named... What was her name? Eros? Aries? Whatever. You honestly don't care. She's really quiet and attached to the hip towards Brittany, like a dog. It's pathetic. You wonder why. I'll go line up as well. You'll be fine with those 2? Crow asked you, concern laced in his tone. He faced the other 2 boys. One clearly talking the other male's ear off, while the other doesn't really give a damn, seeming to look around the cafeteria as if searching for something. You nod your head to Crow, and he gives you a pat on the head, a blush making its way to your cheeks before he went along with Brittany and Jess. You then head off to where the 2 guys are, already seated on a table while bringing out their own packed lunch. Your food always looks so good, Gio. I bet they taste great. Mind if that? No. A guy named Gio said as he slapped the jock's hand away from his bento box. The jock pouted, rubbing his hand before taking out his own packed lunch. As he sat down across from the 2 boys, Gio kept his eyes on you for quite a while, not breaking his gaze as he chewed on his lunch. A shiver went down your spine. The jock beside him, however, Jess remembered your presence on the table and turned his head towards you. Oh, right. Althemia, right? What did you bring for lunch? I mean, if you don't mind sharing, that is. Both on what it is and if you don't mind sharing it to me. Unlike this guy besides me. And Gio only rolled his eyes when the jock nudged his shoulder, letting out an irritated groan. Don't bother with Daryl. He'll take your food either way, even if you did give him some. Hey now. While the two bicker on, you just gave a small chuckle and ate your packed lunch. In the corner of your eye, you notice Brittany, Jess, and Crow with their lunch trays on hand, heading towards where you three are seated at. Move your ass aside, Daryl. I'm sit. Shit happened so fast. A loud gasp escaped through Brittany's lips, her mouth open in shock with the food that was on her tray now splattered across her white uniform. Brittany! Oops, sorry about that. You should have watched where you're going there. Brittany's eyes met with the person responsible. A group of girls, definitely bullies, and judging from Brittany's face filled with rage, they seemed to know each other. Britt, are you alright? We should get yourself clean. You. Fucking bitch! This is my only clean uniform. How fucking dare you? Oh, look at Miss Claire all flared up. Careful there, sweetie. You'll get wrinkles. It's not like you're all ugly already. What is this? What is this school? People fresh out of high school? And by ugly, this is getting ugly quite fast. Everyone's gazes were on the group of girls, some taking out their phones, either taking pictures or started recording. Crow tried to come in between them to stop the fight, but he wasn't fast enough. Splat. Aw, man. So this is how the food fight started. And next thing we knew, another loud gasp was heard. A wide smile was on Brittany's face, food on the mean girl's white uniform as well. Oops. And Jess's face filled with shock as the food from her tray is gone. Take that, shit stain. How dare you? You started it. Food fight! Next thing everyone knows, the cafeteria is filled with rowdy students and food flying across the area. Are those trays? Ow. A sudden wave of pain was felt on your head, your whole face. And the last thing you saw was Crow calling out your name before passing out. Ow. Where am I? Oh, you're awake. Thank goodness. I regret eating lunch with you guys now. Crow? You tried to sit up, but the sudden pain that went through your head stopped you. Crow gently pushed you back down on what seems to be a bed before taking a seat beside it. The nurse already bandaged your head. Don't push yourself. Ugh, what happened? Well, after Daryl started the mess of a food fight, the principal was called in to stop it. Daryl got lucky enough to escape when he did. Gia was nowhere to be seen. As for Brittany, what about her? Well, Jess helped her out to grab a new uniform from the principal's office. And why does my head hurt so much? Someone somehow threw a tray and you were unfortunate enough to get hit by it. Thankfully, I got you out of there before it got ugly. Thanks, Crow. I owe you one. Don't mention it. Anyway, it's 1:15 in the afternoon. I should probably head out to my next class. You should stay here until the nurse gets back. You'll be alright alone here, right? No. Yes, you can go ahead. You sure? Yes, I'll be fine, Crow. You've done enough for me today. You gave him a small smile, but he did not return it. Crow then squeezed your hand, quite hesitant to let you go. Eventually, he loosened his grip, stood up, and walked towards the exit. You miss it as soon as he lets go. But before he could leave, he turned around and gave you a small smile before closing the door to the infirmary. You groaned and laid back on bed, feeling the bandage on your head. At least the pain is slowly dying a bit. Hope it didn't leave a mark on my head. Just then you heard the door open again. the nurse's voice echoing through the room as the clicking of her heels got louder as she drew closer. Ugh. Hey, he doesn't have the bruise on his face, though. The school nurse entered, and following her was a tall student dressed in black. He seemed to be holding onto his left hand, and there you can clearly see a streak of red flowing. You should be thankful you didn't cut a vein. How were they able to get past? You should be thankful you didn't cut a vein. How were they able to get past with that pocket knife in the first place? The nurse sighed. It seemed like she got her hands full of another student. The latter, however, didn't say anything, but he let out a small hiss when the nurse dabbed antibacterial on his wound. He sat up slowly, careful to not hit your head on anything else, before sitting up and looked at the student and the nurse. Her eyes met with the reddish-orange ones as the nurse finishes up wrapping around his wound, a blotch of red slowly seeping out and staining the once white bandage. His eyes are still on you. Ah, you're finally awake, Miss Mele. The nurse finally noticed your presence. She took out some painkillers from one of the cabinets and gave some to you. Take these to lessen the pain. You both are free to get back to your class, or you can stay here and recover. I'll go back. Thanks for patching me up, nurse. The boy said before heading out of the infirmary. The nurse just shook her head before returning her attention to you. You can take some extra pills, but not too much. You can come back here if you ever feel anything wrong, Miss Mele. Take care now. You thanked the nurse before heading out of the infirmary and on to your next class. Man, that escalated real quick. He just barely made it. Okay. He looked around the classroom before your eyes landed on a familiar red one. It's the guy from the clinic. How come I just noticed his presence just now? Has he always been part of the same art class as me? And judging from his face, the bandage around his left hand doesn't seem to be much of a problem to him. You shook your head and took your seat. I'll be assigning each one with a... Not that good at art. I'm sure you're fine. Everyone starts somewhere. It doesn't let me skippy. This is new. Plus, I can't really judge you since I haven't seen your work before. Along with this damned injury on my hand. Oh, right. Let's not stress that hand anymore. Well, prepare to be amazed. That's the spirit. For the newfound determination and soul's cheering, you took out your own sketch pad and charcoal pencil as you worked with his portrait. While you were sketching up, you can't help but avert your eyes on his bandaged hand from time to time. Seems you're quite curious to know what happened to this, huh? Just a bit. And you weren't slick with it either. You froze when he caught you red-handed, just like the red seeping out of his hand. You stopped drawing. Sorry, that was rude of me. It's fine. This is just the usual for me. I've gotten worse injuries than this. He raised a brow at that. Not the worst. If you don't mind me asking, what happened? He paused and averted his eyes, but opened up to speak. Nothing much. Was minding my own business. Got assaulted. Had to defend myself. He talked as if it's another normal Monday for him. Your eyes furrowed. He noticed and just chuckled. No need to worry about me. All that matters is that I'm still here. You didn't say anything, however, continuing on with the drawing, your movement slow and now refusing to look at his injured hand. This school is way more fucked up than I thought it would be. The bell rang, and sadly, you weren't done with his portrait yet. Can I see it? Wait! I mean, I'm not finished yet. I'll show it to you once I'm done with it. Plus, you still need to draw me once your injury gets better. You closed your sketch pad and fixed your things. Soul shrugged and agreed as he fixed his own things. The rest of the class went out of the classroom along with you and Soul as you continued on in the hallway. Ah! That was different. I feel like we could have done something slight. Oh, my stars. I'm running out of saves. And we're only on day 1 still because I refuse to continue. Okay. Hang on. How back here? Was there something? Skip. Let's buy my own lunch this time. I'll buy. All right, then. Darrow, Gio, go find us some seats while we line up. The jock you assumed was named Darrow waved Brittany away and turned around with the other male named Gio to find a seat, his arm wrapped around his shoulder while Gio was clearly a bit annoyed at the gesture. Come on, Jess, let's get in line. Yes, of course. You go first, Britt. The girl Brittany called out, you guessed it was Jess, followed behind her. Let's get in line before more people start piling up. We don't want to get the bad stuff for lunch. Blech. You shuddered at the thought, remembering the leftovers from the school cafeteria. He nodded and went with Crow and got in line with the rest of the students. In the line, Crow turned his attention back to you. I'm glad you're able to hang out with us, Althemia. Even if it's most of the time. No problem. No problem, Crow. Maybe I just need a change of scenery, that's all. Crow just chuckled before picking his food behind the counter, paying for it afterwards as you did the same. You weren't really that hungry and just bought a sandwich and a juice that you'd regularly buy whenever you find the time to spend your lunch break here. Brittany was already waiting for the rest of you, tray in hand. Once everyone got their food, Brittany turned her heel and walked towards where Darrow and Gio were seated. Move your ass aside, Darrow. Here we go again. And I got a big thunk to the head. What'd I say last time? Not good at art? Pretty good at art. Oh, then surprise me. Sorry I can't draw you back because of this damned injury. No, don't worry about it. You're excused, and I don't want you to stress your hand over this. You took out your sketch pad and your pencil and worked with his portrait with determination, his eyes never leaving your face. You would often look up to see his features, taking note of every curve. A blush occasionally invades his cheeks as he tries his best not to look away while you work. While you were sketching up, you can't help but avert your eyes on his bandaged hand from time to time. Yep. Wow! I still get bonked upside the head. I feel like I missed something somewhere, and I don't know where. The rooftop! The roof is on fire. The roof. I didn't. I just could have kept hiding. You kept hiding, refraining from leaving your hiding spot. Who knows what this guy is capable of? Plus, it's kind of suspicious why he's here at the school's rooftop out of all places to be. Usually people go up to the rooftop if they don't want something exposed. The student just sighed and scratched his head. I'm not going to hurt you, you know, he said as he turned around. Your eyes widened when his gaze met yours, despite being hidden. What the fuck? Seeing no use in hiding any longer, you went out of your spot, but with an alerted stance. He just chuckled. You seem familiar. Let me remember. Ah, Althemia from art class, correct? He said with a snap of his fingers, kind of like seeing those detective cartoons you see on TV when they figured out a clue. Nod your head. The student smiled in glee. That's great. That means you'd be willing to help me with something. Here we go with this again. Bah. Bah. Okay, maybe I did get everything. No, I did not. I keep remembering stuff as soon as I say that. Okay, if we go back to the rooftop, there's also the options to lie. Whee! So we're gonna come out and lie. Nah, I think you've got the wrong Althemia there. You lied. The person before you just blinked at you twice in disbelief, scratching his cheek in confusion. For real? I could have sworn you're the same person. His voice lowered before waving it away. Either way, I'm Hugo, and I need your help with something. You see, I won't be able to make it to the next class, and I kind of promised my partner for the class that I'll be there. Oh. Blah, blah. Blah, blah. If you would give me the honors to draw you, go ahead. At least I could count on you. Was your friend any good at art as well? Friend? Oh, yeah. I already had an assigned partner for this class. Bleh. Okay. Hang on. Okay, let's go back here again. Go back to the roofie top. Blah, blah, blah. We'll keep hiding again. We'll lie this time. You lied the person. Okay, so that's the same. Not that good at art. I'm still quite a beginner. Blah. Okay, I honestly think now we got everything. But why in the album is there a spot? There's a spot that insinuates I'm missing something. And I think these four for the next one, I swear, I am missing one. And I don't want to continue. What was this one? Oh, wait. Load. Was there something in the library? I don't think so. Yeah, because we did that one. We sat upon him. Oops. We're sitting upon him again. Yeah. Oh no, I overread it. No! That's not what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, there's this one! I remember. Coffee. How about coffee? You sure like you need one at the moment. He chuckled. Alright, coffee it is then. He then went back to reading his book and waving you off while waiting for his drink. You sigh as you go near the library's cafe counter. Next in line, please. However, as you face the cashier before you, you cursed under your breath. I forgot to ask what kind of coffee he likes. Fuck it. Whatever, I guess. Facing the cashier again, you decide on... I want to go with a latte. I'll grab a latte, please. Sure thing. Will that be all? Yes, please. Gotcha. One latte coming right up. Once your order was called up, you grabbed a drink of your choice, thanked the barista, and went back to the seat where the guy was. Careful not to accidentally spill the contents of the drink and avoid passing students. There you can see him still reading the book before looking up once he smelled the sweet aroma of coffee beans coming his way. Once you were beside him, you carefully placed down the cup beside him. He took it and held it to his face. He took a deep inhale before sipping from the cup. A smile forming on his face, his eyes having a slight sparkle in them before closing his eyes and taking another sip. That seems to be his favorite. Nice guess, Althemia. Hey, I got it. Well, there's your coffee. So are you moving aside or no? He looked up, thinking hard on your words. All right, but I'm kind of liking this spot too. You just have to deal with me sitting beside you. You nod and he moves to the seat right next to your now reserved spot. You took your seat, a smile on your face from your mini victory. He just rolled his eyes playfully before continuing on with his book. You set your stuff down and started with your report for your literature class. Time passed and lunch was nearing its end. You huffed out and double-checked the work you've done so far on your laptop. I think that should do it. Satisfied, you started to pack up your things. While doing so, your seatmate started packing up his things as well, noticing his cup of coffee now empty. He then got out of his seat and walked away, not minding your presence as he exited. You hesitated for a short moment before calling out to him before he could reach the library doors. Hey! He stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at you, a brow raised. What's your next class? Clearly not expecting you to ask, much less talk to him again, he paused before replying. Art class. Wait, for where? With Mr. Spring? He nodded. How come you never seen this guy throughout the semester? Sensing your confusion, he just scratched the back of his head. I don't really care if you've never seen me before. I barely go in class or make myself known either way. He sighed, irritation laced at the back of his throat at the idea. He probably got a warning to attend a class or he drops out. He shook your head. But still. Would you like to go to the next class with me? Huh? Where did he go? I guess he went ahead. You shrugged, heading out of the library and onto your next class, expecting the green streak terror male to be there. Wah. He looked around the classroom, trying to look for the familiar boy. And there. You see him, the guy from the library. He's situated at the very back of the classroom. He seems to be preoccupied with the same red book he's been reading back in the library, but on his hand now is a pencil he seems to be scribbling on. He went to your seat by the window, minding your own business as you focused on your professor. At least he wasn't lying about him being in the same class as me. I'll be assigning... How many times have I accidentally read that, knowing good and well? I've already... Okay. Yes. Let's do this one. Something intimate. What, you want a hug or something? He raised a brow at you, a slight tilt to his head, wondering what you were trying to imply. Now that I have a good look at him, he actually looks kind of cute. Now wait, what am I saying? Shaking your head, ignoring your cheeks heating up, you patted your temples, trying to get rid of the thoughts. Minding you no more, the guy returned his attention to the book in his hands. A groan escaped your mouth with a pout. You set your things down and sat on the chair next to him. It was quiet, and your attention was just solely focused on the work before you, while the guy beside you continued on with his book. The sound of him flipping through was oddly comforting. Not good at art. Everyone starts somewhere. Would you like me to draw you first then? If it's not a problem. Not at all. With that, Sol takes out his own sketchbook and pencil, sitting upright and facing you. You straightened up your back, sitting properly as if you're about to take an ID picture. Is this okay? Just relax your shoulders. You'll be fine. Just be natural. Oh, okay. Oh! I knew it! There was one more! I knew it! Whoa! And I'm quite happy with this one. Your breathing stopped. Sol leaned in, his face a few inches near your face, almost feeling his minty breath. He raised his hand and brushed a strand of your hair away from your face and tucked it behind your ear. There. That was in the way. He was sure you were bright as a cherry by now. He didn't say anything else as Sol began his sketch. His eyes hopped from the paper into your face, and you swear every time you meet his gaze, your heartbeat quickens. Be still, my beating heart. And you dealt with that for the rest of class. Oh no. Before you knew it, the class ended. Everyone was packing their things. Sol sadly isn't done with your portrait, which you were dying to see, but he said he's going to keep it a secret until he finishes it. He better not make me look funny. What makes you think of that? Why, you... I'm kidding. His hand then tried to reach out to your face as if wanting to cup your cheek, but he stopped midway. You're so pretty. What? Okay. Did you say something, Sol? Nothing. Nah, I heard it that time. Do you have a phone? Okay. I got the last picture. I'm quite content. I know I said he was good looking, but he's becoming a fave, right? Let me save here. Okay, hang on. Main menu. Yes. Preference. Oh no, not preference. No! Ah! I closed the game out completely. Come back. No. I wasn't done. Voila. We back. I just wanted to make sure I got everything in the album, and I did. I did it. I wonder, can I see? Where is it? I don't see it. Others. Are these like for other characters? I wonder. Return. I wonder. But wait, I think there is still... We could go through the coffee routes, but I don't want to go through all the different types of coffee. I would like to continue with the story now. Oh my goodness. Okay. Load. Which ending do we go with? Yeah, this is where it backfires. And now we continue. The sun setting by the horizon colors the grassy field into a deep golden orange as the wind makes some strands of hair brush across your face. Your ever-beloved home, the tall grass, the fresh air, the various farm animals that you and your family raised since you were but a mere child. You can't even imagine what was happening before you right now as a group of people came while they talked with your father, your only family member left. You see the distress in your father's eyes as he tries his best to negotiate with the people before him. The desperation in his voice, the sweat running down his neck as he moves around his hand, gesturing this and that. Please, just give me more time. I promise I can pay up. This is all we have left. I don't know where else to go if we lose this farmland. We've given you enough chances already, Mr. Mele. If you don't pay up your debt, we'll take your land. Dicks! A loud ringing at a school bell rang across the hallway, making you jerk out of your thoughts. Students came out through their classroom doors. You feel someone shaking you awake. He sat up and met face to face with Crow. Well, good morning, Sleeping Beauty. He let out a yawn. He rubbed your eyes as you looked around. Your fellow classmates are now gone from their seats as it is now lunchtime. What did I miss? Nothing important, though if you're having doubts, I can lend you my notes afterwards. Thanks, Crow. You're a lifesaver. Anything for you, Althemia. He recalled the little dream you had. You quickly shake it off as you let out a stretch, popping a few joints before you got up and went out of your classroom with Crow in tow. He met up with your group of friends, seeing Daryl with Geo and Crow. Waiting by the lockers, Brittany coming along behind them with Jess. He waved at them. Good noon to you all. Regards, Darrow. How was class? Boring and boring. So glad to be out of there. One more useless minor and I'll be out of here. Geo just shrugged, a hand in his hoodie pocket while the other on his phone. We got to at least do something in our major today, though, which I'm glad about. More papers, but it was at least something. Enough about papers. So about the Halloween party. Any ideas for a costume yet? As they talked with each other at the corner of your eye, you noticed a familiar figure. It was Sol. He came out of a classroom and another person came afterwards behind him, seemingly bored of his mind. Okay, I know I skipped one here on accident, but... Oh wait, I didn't skip one. Did I? No. Yeah, I did. I skipped one on page 2, but we'll still save on page 4. Let's join Sol. Oh, Crow, is it okay if I leave? I have somewhere to be at. Is that so? There was a slight disappointment in his voice, but he lets you continue on. Yeah, sorry I couldn't hang out. Nonsense. I'll see you after lunch instead then, Althemia. Oh. If ever you're interested, of course. Of course. You give Crow one last smile before going over to where Sol is. You walk towards the two individuals. They seem to be in a deep conversation. However, Sol noticed your presence and stopped talking, his attention now on you. His companion noticed a change in Sol's demeanor and followed his gaze as it landed on you. The shorter male greeted you with a smile. Hi there, you're friends with Sunny? Sunny. Sunny! And he gave Sol a pat on the back with a smile on his face. Sol was unamused as he tried his best to hide his red face behind his hands. You know, because he's such a sunshine. He's Sunny. You giggled, looking over to Sol, his bright red face covered by his hand while looking away. Cute. Like a nickname? Yes, Sunny loves the nicknames I give him. Right, Sunny? Sol didn't say anything. He just looked away and refused to meet your gaze. That's adorable. Hugo was a bit silent. He seemed to be analyzing your face, his head tilting slightly to the side before a smile appeared on his face. He sure have taste, Sunny. She is very pretty, like you said. Oh. Sol just gave him a dark look, telling him to not even try to go there. A blush escaped your cheeks at the gesture. Anyways, nice to meet you. My name's Hugo. I'm Sol's friend. Althemia, a pleasure to meet you. A pleasure to meet you too. He shakes your hand with a smile on his face. So anyway, what are you up to, Althemia? Oh, I just saw you both and I wanted to greet you. More importantly, you checked for Sol's face. He seems to look better than yesterday. Are you alright now, Sol? Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm feeling quite better. Thankfully, the bruise didn't last that long to leave a mark. Wait, what? What bruise? You got injured? Nothing for you to worry about. Hugo just gave him a worrisome look. Sol insisted that he shouldn't think about it, making his friend sigh and leave the topic. Anyway, we're planning to go to the rooftop today and eat lunch there. The weather's doing better, unlike yesterday. You want to tag along with us, Althemia? You guys aren't a fan of the cafeteria? Upon mentioning the cafeteria, Sol shivered as Hugo only gave a small chuckle. Sunny isn't a huge fan of the noise there. Let's get going, shall we? Sure. Hugo walked to his usual spot and got himself seated on a bench that you somehow never saw before. Sol followed, a large wrapped box in his hands that caught your interest. Let's sit beside Sol. I know Sol and I don't know Hugo because we didn't go to the roof display there. Nani. Thank you for the raid, Luna Moth. Hello, Raiders. I'm Althemia Mele, a Hawaiian spirit VTuber, and today we're playing the kid at the back. Which is a I want to say, because everyone has told me so far that it's a yandere visual novel, but I'm still not catching the yandere vibes on this one. But this game is for mature people, so I have to ask if you're under the age of 18 to please leave. Sorry. Sorries. I'm gonna sit beside Sol. Sol noticed you from the corner of his eye and the edges of his lips going upward. He pointed to the box nestled in Sol's hand. Is that your lunch, Sol? You can say that. As Sol unwrapped the cloth, it showed you 3 bento boxes. He takes out the first bento box on top before giving the other one to Hugo. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, I got so into the game again. Thank you for the raid, Luna Moth. If you need to go do after stream stuff, I understand. You don't have to chill out here after you just had a long stream, but I do hope your stream went well. Hugo happily accepted the box, uttering a small thank you to Soul before taking out his chopsticks. Hugo opens the container and lets out an odd sound. His eyes sparkling, Drew slowly drops down at the corner of his lips. You actually listened. And did you cut these tiny sausages into octopuses? Keep your voice down. It's ringing in my ear. Wait, I need to take a picture of it. Hugo gently placed the bento on his lap before rummaging through his phone. He flipped it horizontally and opened his phone's camera. A small click of the camera's sound was heard before he placed it down. Un momento, por favor. I have a visitor to my room. My sister came by to get some waters. Hugo took the container back into his hands, but not before turning to you and showing you what he keeps gushing about. Oh my. Oh, it's so cute. Isn't it adorable, Althemia? There you see are various ranges of food with rice shaped to match a moth. Seaweed to design the face, along with using cabbage leaf to form its wings. Oh my stars, it's so cute! Right below the moth are mini sausages shaped like octopuses. Wonderfully cut carrots were made to look like the stars and squeezed beside stuffed shiitake mushrooms. The egg roll sushi and broccoli with melted cheese as a dip looked delicious. I almost feel too bad to eat it. Oh my stars, I couldn't eat it. It's so cute. Hang on. I got this. 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 He said, let's eat. Okay. Without wasting another second, Hugo started digging in. And did you make this by yourself, Soul? You can say that. Soul answered, opening his own container. Within it was just a regular ham and cheese sandwich. He took out one piece, but before he could take a bite, he turned to you. Have you eaten, Althemia? No. I'm gonna save. Why? I always want to click quit, but I shouldn't click quit because quit will exit me from game. Yes, I have. Hugo stopped gobbling down on the bento box. Soul gave him a disgusted look. With the use of his chopsticks, he pointed at you. You should try it. Here, you can have some of mine. I have another one made, thank you. Soul stopped Hugo before he could finish his sentence. Hugo shrugged before continuing on his endeavor on the bento box. Soul sets down his sandwich before taking out the third bento box. I didn't like how this turned out, but it was a waste of ingredients. Figured I could give it to Hugo and let him finish it. Soul opens the last box, and there you are greeted with almost the same design as Hugo's bento box, only a bit crooked. Soul slumped down, quite embarrassed at his poor performance. But it was adorable either way. You made this? Yes. Is something the matter? If it's not to your liking, I can give you my sandwiches. Maybe I can... No, there's nothing wrong with it. Soul stopped rambling. You gently took the bento box from him, your hands brushing against his in the process, making him blush. I just never thought you'd be the type to make this type of food art. I think it's quite unique and amazing. Oh, my stars. So cute. Thanks. Well, better eat that before I swipe it off your hands. Not on my watch. Hugo just laughed. You chuckled. Soul rolls his eyes, taking his sandwich before taking a bite out of it. You accepted the bento box and settled it on your own lap. He took a bite and chewed. You felt the flavors mixing well. It was delicious and fresh. It's amazing. Soul, this is really good. Hugo nodded along with you, food stuffed on one cheek like a hamster. I know, right? You'd honestly be surprised. Soul. I want to save. You'd make a great house husband. Soul's eyes widened at your declaration. You really think so? I really do think so. Soul is definitely house husband material. He can cook, he can clean, he can do anything. I'd rather not be your own personal butler. That was a compliment. The two banter, but you couldn't help looking at Soul. His eyes have a hint of sparkle in it. It seemed brighter. Hugo eventually finished his own box, tucking away the box and wrapping it back up. Hugo stood up from the bench, stretched his limbs, walked a few steps ahead, and looked back at the both of you. Is this what you guys do every day? You questioned, making Hugo turn to you. Or at least when you both get together? What do you mean? You mean Soul giving me lunch? He just keeps forgetting to bring his own. Hugo pouts. And you never finished yours, so I do the honors of ever finishing good food. Thank you very much. And those bento box art. What inspired them, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, you didn't know? Shut it, Go-Go. Go-Go. Oh, now we're using the nicknames now. Sonny, how sweet of you. You see here, Althemia, my old pal here just makes food art like the typical artist that he is. But he never bothers to finish it, much less eat it. And he really loves cute things, like... Hugo turned back to Soul. Soul just stared back at him, his arms crossed. What was the name of your plush horse, Sonny? Like hell am I answering that. Horsey. Boo! He owns a plush horse. Soul owns plushies. By now, Soul's face is beet red as he ties the bento boxes back up. Soul, you would love my room. It is head to toe in plushies. He stood up from his seat before going over to where Hugo was. He stood up as well and followed along the duo. That's so cute. You keep surprising me more and more, Soul. He said nothing as he fixed his choker, the red going up to his ears at your compliment. Looks can be deceiving. This begs you to wonder, why do people never bother to notice him? Why don't people want to get to know him? Maybe they just never gave him a chance because of how he looks, not to mention his intimidating height. But in the end, he's just a gentle giant. By then, Hugo stopped talking, the wind picking up a bit as he went by the railings. He leaned in and placed his elbows on the cold iron surface as he looked down. Curious, you approached him and looked down to where his attention was. And there you see a group of unfamiliar people. They look so fancy. They look rich. Dangerous. It doesn't help that the adult with them, you're guessing a teacher, has an eye patch on his right eye. High-class mugs. So let out a disgusted look at the group of well-dressed students. He didn't spare them a second glance and went back to the bench. High class? Ah. You don't know about the hierarchy, Althemia. No, not that I'm aware of. This is the first time I have ever heard of it. How come I have never heard or seen one of them throughout my school years here? Hugo just made a low chuckle, his gaze still transfixed on the group below him. His eyes narrowed, just like Soul. He clearly doesn't like them either. I don't blame you. No one likes talking about them anyway. Aww. About the hierarchy. How come I have never heard of the hierarchy before? It's like a hidden thing. But that's what we call it. This school? No. The entire city. It's like a fighting pit. Whoever is the most powerful has a better chance of living a good life here. People come to the school to gain a second chance in life. But to achieve that, you have to make yourself well known. Make them think you're worth their time. If not, you're on your own. Hi, class. He glares at the group below. This school building isn't actually the real thing. Wait, what? But the school map clearly says that the address is... And that's where they actually fool you. You might think you got it right, but we are sorted based on our background. The real school building? Way farther than where we are, and their campus is 10 times bigger and better. And they get proper classes, have better equipment, everything is just better. Here, we only get the short end of the stick. The afterthought, if you will. If I have to guess, the well-off are in the main building. That's right. Son of a duke. Son of a duke, daughter of a businessman. Heck, as long as you're rich, you're in. Your chances for having better education rest there. If you are put of the high class, then you'll have a better chance of having a successful and stable life. Wow. That's honestly a lot like real life. Just wow, how deep that went. But don't we have students here who are, like, super rich? You remember Jess being one. She's a daughter of a businessman, but how come she's not part of the higher class? There are some who ended up shifted down and moved to our building. Either they failed a class or got a violation. They didn't want that type of stain on their reputation, so they sent them here. Of course, some didn't appreciate that. And they see us as someone lower than them, hence... Hugo looks at Soul, the said man too busy sketching on his sketchpad to notice. Oh. They have to fight the weak to feel something, huh? Wow. That hurts. That hurts because I feel that on a personal level. I'm not even gonna lie. Especially since I'm chronically ill and pretty much stuck inside 24/7. Yeah, I definitely know how all that feels. And they sound like nothing but bullies. How come someone didn't step up to complain? Hugo, however, just laughed at you as if you told him a very funny joke before shaking his head. If only it was that easy. His laugh eventually died down as he scratched his head. Actually, Althemia, in this city, no one really gives a shit. Money is the only thing revolving around this city. You got no cash, you're done for. Which is why people like us, he looks at you, are desperate to get into the higher class. If you so dare complain. He paused as if contemplating the words he's about to say. Judging from his entire demeanor, it's not good. Instead, he sent you a look. His once soft sky blue eyes are now sharp, like icicles piercing down on you. You're better off dead. Ow. Hugo glanced one last time below. The group of high-class students are now gone before averting his gaze on somewhere else. He lets out a sigh. But that's the sad reality here. The attention is good. Great, even. Your chances to get a stable life and even have a knock to stardom is high once you're a part of the high class, much less graduate there. This city is corrupted, he muttered under his breath. Which makes me question, Althemia. How are you able to get in the city? No, the better question is, why did you enroll into school, if you don't mind me asking, that is? You're clearly not from here. And that he was right. Your eyes widen at the words that the well-dressed man said. No, I refuse. You are not taking this farm, my home. You cut your father's words off, marching towards the tall man with a loud, heavy footsteps. The tall man, however, raised a brow at you, raising his hand to halt his men. His deep magenta eyes then turned to look straight in your eyes. It sent a chill down your spine. Well then, little missy, how about this? If you manage to pay off your debt for the next 5 years, I'll let you off the hook and let you keep your land. 5 years? You can handle that. Maybe working 3 jobs would do it for you. He tutted, waving a finger in front of your face. He looks down at you, reminding you of your place. A mischievous smile appears on his handsome features. But I have some conditions you have to meet. You went silent. Your heart starts pounding in your chest as you kept eye contact with his sharp magenta orbs. I want you to stay in the city. The city? But we can't even afford to take her to college. What more to city? Your father interrupted. The man's eyes moved sideways to meet his figure still fixed on you. No need to worry. She'll be under my jurisdiction, of course. I'll provide for her education and a place to stay. The tall man lets out a laugh, his hand thrown a bit back as if he just heard a very funny joke. See, I'm not that cruel. His eyes return to you. However, in return, I want you to pay off your debt. I don't care what methods. A dark smile appeared on his face. It sent a shiver down your spine. Legal or illegal. As long as you reach the amount. If not, well, you can say goodbye to your little farmland. He says that, but there was a gleam in his eyes that is telling you that that's not all. But he did not elaborate any further. You bit your lip. You turned to look at your father. His eyes were clearly telling you to decline. There was something about this man that screams dangerous. But you were too desperate to not lose your home. Your only home. So, what do you say, Althemia? The tall man's gaze still fixed on you, waiting for your answer. Do you accept? I made a deal with the devil. You recall the aftermath of your dream this morning, a sour look on your face as you bit your lip. Hugo takes notice of this. He paused for a bit, trying to read your gloomy expression. Let me guess. It's something you can't avoid? I honestly don't know. My father never really disclosed as to why we were in debt. But I was so desperate to not lose my only home. I need to make it up to the higher class no matter what. 3 jobs isn't cutting up. 3 jobs isn't cutting off the way I want it to be. I'm running out of time. This is my last year in this cursed university, and I'm barely making any progress. Hugo's eyes are still on you. You realize you haven't answered his question yet. My family owns a business. You finally speak, making Hugo perk up his eyebrows in curiosity. What sort of business does your family have? Oh, well, we own a few farms. Sounds nice. I'd love to be out in the city once in a while. He gave him a small smile. Yeah, some might say it's boring, but it's not. You get to pet horses and cows. Well, you should really invite Soul over then, if ever. The guy loves horses. By that, you're a long way from home. Don't you miss it? A little bit. A little bit. That's alright. It's normal to feel a little homesick. I heard great things about this city, about this school. Hugo remained quiet, listening to you as you went on. If I can manage to come on top and maybe part of a higher class like you said, then I can maybe save my family's farm. Hugo's arms are now crossed. He didn't say anything as he looked at you. He lets out a chuckle. You remind me of her. Like her? Ah, I'm rambling. Don't mind me. Having caught red-handed, he waved around his hands, his face now red as a cherry as it reached his ears. Just then, you feel a presence behind you. Turning around, you're met with Soul. His glare is stingy and directed at Hugo. The shorter male, however, didn't mind it, probably used to it. It's almost time. We should head back. All right. With nothing else to do, the three of you left the rooftop. As you were walking down the stairs, however, you felt your foot slip off. You missed a step. Althemia! Thankfully, Soul grabbed your waist before you could fall off the stairs as he steadied you. Whoa, you are right there, Althemia? Yeah, thank you, Soul. Be careful next time. Sheesh. This school and its bad architecture, also one of the few flaws here. The stairs are all wonky. It's also why it's forbidden to go up here. We're troublemakers, though. Hugo chuckled as he went down the stairs, watching his step as he did so. Soul's arm is still secured around your waist, and it seems like he isn't letting go until you're all on stable ground. The sound of the bell ringing throughout the hallway echoes through, signaling the start of the next classes for some. Hugo groans. I don't want to go to class. I hate my history teacher as much as my archery coach. Why don't you skip then? Hugo's eyes popped open. It became bright like a light bulb just popped out on top of his head. Soul knows exactly what that look means. Don't tell me. I am going to skip class. How about it? Fuck this school. If they're going to treat us badly, then let's be the bad guy. Hugo said with a mischievous look on his face. Soul just sighed. He then turns to look at you, seemingly waiting for your response. The thought of skipping is quite a gamble. Your next class is with Crow in art history. But then again, your teacher will probably only do some boring-ass introduction. Missing one wouldn't hurt, would it? I get to decide if we skip? We gonna skip. We gonna skip. Fuck it, we skip. Let's go! Hugo lets out a small cheer and gives you a thumbs up. Soul gives you a cheeky smile of his own. But how do we do that, though? Obviously, we can't go through the entrance since it's closed and guarded. I know a way. Oh, my stars were actually doing this. What? There's a prickle burr in my chair. Nah, that's gone and away from my chair. I know a way. Without wasting any more time, Soul leads the way, going through the backside of the school near the gardens. And the edges, of course, were barricaded by a tall iron fence. Soul finds a bush and pushes it aside, revealing a gaping hole. Well, that's quite convenient. Did you make this hole, Soul? He did. I did. Hugo went ahead first through the hole. Soul waits for you first before following right after. The three of you went past a few bushes and shrubs, the leaves falling as you passed them, the red and orange leaves scattering around and some making its way to your uniform before you all eventually made it out and met with pavement. Freedom! So, where do we go? Hugo thought for a moment, looking around before pulling out his phone. Suddenly, he lets out a gasp, scrolling through his phone faster before gripping on Soul's shoulder, earning him a hiss from the taller male. Sherlock Holmes is out? My ears. Oh yeah, it's that detective movie I keep seeing on the television. I thought that won't come out till next week. Did I see the date wrong? With that, Hugo started sprinting, leaving you and Soul behind. What? He was the one that wanted to skip, and he just left us. For the love of. Soul placed his hand on his hip before walking to where Hugo ran off to as you followed. Hugo kept tapping away on his phone. His shoulders went slump. Guess he did get the date wrong. Shoving his phone back in his pocket, he turned to you and Soul. He clasped his hands together and pulled the biggest puppy eyes you have ever seen. We have got to watch it. Can we, Althemia? Can we, Sonny? Hugo begged. You can go ahead and watch the movie. I'm going to roam the arcade while you're at it. Hugo pouted. His eyes went half-lidded and the sparkle in his eyes was gone. But it's more fun if you're around. I know you like those crime videos you watch from time to time, so please. Soul, however, basing off his expression, isn't in the mood. Hugo gives up and turns to you. How about you, Althemia? Would you like to watch the movie with me? The ticket and food's on me, of course. Hugo's like a big puppy. Hugo's like a puppy. But arcade. But puppy. Ah. I'm sorry, Hugo. I love you. Let's go to the arcade. Hugo shrugs. All right, go on your little impromptu date then. Besides, I don't want the third wheel either way. Date? You're the one who decided we should skip class and do whatever we want. Yeah, and I want to watch a movie. Well, don't let me stop you two. Hugo stuck his tongue out at Soul. The said male only rolled his eyes. Oh, I'll be heading in now. I'll just give you guys a call on where to meet. Sure. You and Hugo parted ways. He gave you both a wave before heading in a different direction. Soul turns to you. Should we get going, Althemia? Of course. The flashing neon lights of the arcade's exteriors lights your way, the sound of each arcade machine reaching your ears. I've never been here before. Is this place new? Not really. It's just hidden within the city. I see. Do you get out a lot, Soul? You seem to know places. I know places because I get my ass dragged by Hugo. Is that so? He laughed. Soul just shrugged as he shook his head. He takes out a few coins from his pocket before handing it to you. They were tokens. So, which one are you going for first? Wow, you came in prepared. As always. Come on. Soul holds out his hand and you accepted it. He held it tight with a light squeeze as you and him roam around the arcade. You and Soul went and played multiple arcade games. Some you win and some he does. But you often get the feeling he lets you win for the sake of you winning. Come on, Soul. This is like the 5th time I won. Ain't no way you're this bad. Maybe you're just that good, Althemia. Ain't no way I'm that good. You flatter me. Just as when you're about to insert another coin, however, you realize you ran out of tokens. Soul takes notice of this, of course, and gave out some of his to you. I'll go to the counter and grab a few more tokens. You don't mind staying here for a bit, right? Oh, how much should I pay you for the tokens? It's on me, don't worry about it. Wait here. Okay. Giving you one last look, he hurriedly went to the counter. You looked around the area. The dinging sounds from various machines fill the arcade. From the corner of your eye, you spot a few claw machine. Ooh, claw machine. I love claw machines. I have a claw machine addiction. Maybe playing a few games wouldn't hurt. Going to the claw machine, you check the contents inside. A cat plushie, a Shiba Inu, and a horse plushie. Horse. They all look so cute. Which one should I try to win? Let me think. Horse. Because somebody likes horses. You remember how Soul likes horses. Maybe you can try to win one for him. These are his tokens after all. You took out some of the tokens Soul gave to you and inserted one into his coin slot. The machine whirs to life as you take the joystick on your left hand while hovering the red button on your right. You were focused, eyeing the claw in its position, trying to align it with the horse plush. Did I get it? The claw takes hold of the plush. Your eyes widen as you cross your fingers, hoping it catches. But you were interrupted with a sudden smack to your ass. You jerked and turned around. What the fuck? Well, 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 what do we have here? He turned around and met with a tall figure, a cocky smirk on his face. He looks well off, like those typical spoiled rich kids you see in movies, his hair a bit tousled with two men, you assume are his bodyguards, beside him. He reeks of the tobacco, making you gag. Get away from me! He said nothing, but tried to move away from his sight, but you were stopped by another tall figure. You were guessing he's with this asshole. Now where do you think you're going, sweetheart? You alone? No, I'm with someone. Now fuck off. Yes, and I would pretty much prefer to be alone. This man, however, did not listen. Why don't you come with me and I'll show you how these games are played? He raised his hand to reach your shoulders. Before he could touch you, however, you kicked him between his legs. Hell yeah! Get the fuck away from me! He doubled over and clenched his lower region, a groan escaping his lips. His goons were taken aback and rushed to help him. Now's my chance. Don't let her get away! Fuck you! Multiple heavy footsteps were coming after you as you ran. You turned every corner you can, trying to make them lose you. But 3 against 1 is not a good matchup. Anyone, please, someone help me! You pleaded, but the multiple sound effects and music from each machine within the arcade drowns your pleas. You curse under your breath as you focused on running. All you can think about at that moment is to get out. You managed to get out of the arcade, but you still can clearly hear the man and his goons on your trail. You looked around and you found a few toilet stalls. You rushed towards it and got in a stall, hurriedly opening and locking it as soon as you got in. The place stinks, but you didn't give it another thought as the beating of your heart rings through your ears. Tears filling up the corners of your eyes. You hear footsteps. Find her! Stay away from me, jackass. The man's voice echoed. You tried to think of something, and you thought of calling Soul. You quickly took out your phone. No signal. Are you for real right now? You can hear how aggressive they tore open each stall. They creep closer and closer to where you are. Anyone, please. Here you are. No, please. You've been a very bad girl, but don't worry. You can make it up to me by doing me a favor. Fuck you and your favors. Tisk. I've been kind to you, but it seems you want to do it the hard way. He forcefully grabbed the edge of your uniform. Your eyes went wide as your fingers went cold. You quickly grab hold of his wrist as you try to push him over. He's too strong. He forcefully lifts up your uniform, revealing your stomach to him. You're going to give me a good time, little missy. Saul! Saul! Boys, hold her down. Saul! No, fuck off. Let me go. The tears that were hanging by finally fell down your cheeks as you tried to stop him from going any further. The 2 large men with him hold you down as you try and struggle, but to no avail. Your vision is slowly being blinded by the hot tears that are filling up. It's no use. His grip is too strong, and there's no one near to hear me. You closed your eyes shut. Please, just end quickly. What? Judging from the impact, the man's body was jerked off of you as he was thrown to the side. You hear flesh hitting flesh. Ew. And another one. Ooh! That's enough, soul. Not yet. That's enough. You broke his nose already. No. Soul! Okay. So, I'm okay, Soul. I'm okay. That's enough. Althemia needs your help. Can I see the person you fucked up, though? Maybe I can sketch it and send it to him so he can always remember the day he fucked around and found out. At the mention of your name, the familiar reddish-orange eyes went wide open before turning to you. I just want to glance. Just a little peek. Soul quickly went to your side, his eyes wide with shock before crouching down and giving you a hug, his shoulders shaking as he embraces you. You said nothing, however, too stunned to speak to what transpired before you. The man now lay still on the ground, a pool of blood seeping out of him, and the rest of his goons passed out on a random corner. Damn. He looked up and met with all too familiar eyes of Hugo, but they weren't the kind ones you usually see on his face. Hugo's eyes twitched as he sighed, trying to hide his visible irritation, but failing. He looks around at the mess Soul made before turning to check up on you. He said nothing, hands in his pockets while he looks down at you in Soul's embrace. It's getting quite late. We should head home. Hugo tapped Soul's shoulder, making the tall male bury his face further in between your neck before eventually letting go. His eyes were bloodshot, his face red from either anger or worry. You weren't sure, but one thing's for sure, is that this man before you cried. He cried for you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you. Soul. Thank you for saving me. He reached out to cup his cheek. He flinches at the touch. Tears that he was trying to hold back is now flowing freely down his cheeks. Aww. He eventually relaxed as he closed his eyes and leaned onto your hand as he held it. I don't know what I'll do if... It's okay. It's alright. Here. Beside you, Hugo extended his hand for you to take. You notice on his other hand is the same horse plush you tried to win back in the crane game. He took Hugo's hands as he helped you get up. Soul stands as well, but backs away from you a few steps. We should head back home. It's quite late after all. Both you and Soul didn't say anything but nod along. Hugo gives both of you a smile before walking away. Soul kept a firm hold of your hand, seemingly afraid to let you go. Hugo lets out a sigh. I guess we can't get in that arcade anymore. Those guys might come back to teach us a lesson. If they ever come back, I'll give them more than just a broken nose. You're pretty scary right now, Soul. Good. I'd like to keep it that way. Hugo shakes his head. He rummaged through his pockets before handing Soul something. You didn't quite see what it was, but judging on the scowl on Soul's face, he doesn't like it. I told you these don't work anymore. It's because you aren't taking it, you fool. Now take it tonight. Sol grumbled like a child who got scolded before taking whatever Hugo gave to him and tucked it in his pockets. Anyway, your place is just around the corner. You should head back as soon as possible. I'll be taking Althemia home. Sol's eyes narrowed from holding your hand to wrapping his arm around Joris in a possessive hold as he leaned closer while still glaring at Hugo. No, I can walk her home. Clearly, you're not in a good condition to fight again. I can fight again. There was something in Hugo's eyes that made your blood cold. The usual happy-go-lucky expression he had on his face was gone. Looking back at Sol, he seems unfazed at it, as if challenging him. Hugo's right, Sol. You look beaten up. But Althemia, at least she knows her limits. Sol says nothing but clenches his fist. You notice a few red marks on his knuckles. Your eyes furrowed. I'm fine, Althemia. Sol tries to reassure you. You shook your head no. Well, for me you aren't. You look up and give him a reassuring smile. I'll be fine, Sol, because I have Hugo to keep me safe. You go home first and get some rest. Alright. Oh, I don't like his sad face. Oh, Sol, wait, before you go. He paused in his tracks. He raised his brow in curiosity. Holding the stuffed toy horse in your arms, you gently handed over to him, catching him by surprise. Sol, however, shook his head no and gave back the horse to you, his hands wrapped around your hands as you hold the toy horse. You won that. Plus, I don't deserve it. Not after that. But I won it for you. Consider this as your reward for saving me. Sol stares at you in disbelief from your face to the stuffed horse in your hands. His hands were shaking as he takes the toy horse from your hands, brushing your fingers, making him shiver. I'll take care of it, Althemia. I swear to you. He squeezed your hands, too hesitant to let you go, before his hold eventually slipped as he lets go. With that, Sol takes his leave. He walks backwards, his eyes still on you, making sure you're in his sight before properly walking front. Hugo sighs. You turn to face him. Well, ain't he a charmer? Is it working? You raise a brow at his question. Working what? Charming you, obviously. Don't worry, this is a secret between you and me. He says with a finger on his lips and a wink. You blushed. He's nice. I owe him my life after that. And? You chuckled, thinking about the long-haired male. He is handsome, I'll admit that. What's with that smirk on your face? Oh, nothing. Before you can retaliate with a question, his gaze softened, taking you a bit aback as he looked down on the pavement below, kicking a pebble. Have you ever liked someone, Althemia? What's with this sudden question? Just answer! You paused as you thought for a second, and the first person that appeared in your mind was... Sol. No question about it. He thought of Sol. How he protected you, how he didn't hesitate to beat those guys down. The pure terror in his eyes, how worried he was. You couldn't get it out of your head. He's been an amazing friend, even if he did beat up those guys. Nonstop. Is it a red flag? Maybe. Do you care? Maybe not. A smile made its way to your face, and it was enough of a confirmation for Hugo. Eventually, you arrived at your door of your apartment. He thanked Hugo for accompanying you. He gives you a smile, rubbing the back of his head. I'll see you tomorrow, Althemia. Sorry today didn't go well. It's okay, Hugo, but we're going to have a proper plan next time. Of course. Hugo nodded. He turned his heel, his back facing you, ready to leave, but he remained still on his spot. Althemia? Yes? Be careful walking late at night, okay? You paused, turning your head slightly at him. There has been multiple cases of missing people lately. I suggest you go home with someone. Anyone. Just don't go alone, alright? I understand. Missing people? When did that happen? No. When did it start? Oh, and one last thing, Althemia. He turned his head around as he looks at your confused face. His eyes soft, but the light against him seems like he's giving you a warning. Take care of Soul for me, okay? Huh? And with that, he left. You entered your apartment. The lights dim as you groan, searching for the light switch. Much better. You nod in approval before heading to your kitchen. You open your fridge and started rummaging around for something to eat. Isai has nothing good besides the leftovers from yesterday's dinner. He shrugged, deciding to heat this one up after you set your things done. You don't really feel like cooking or ordering either. He sighed as you closed the door to your fridge as you made your way to your room. You placed your school bag near your desk as you take your seat, skimming through the notes you've taken for the day as you wrote down needed notes. You clicked your tongue as you tapped your blank notebook with the tips of your pen, going on with your silent staring contest with the blank paper before you let out a groan. Deciding to do work later, you closed your notebook and stood up. You turned to your window, noticing it being slightly ajar. That's weird. I thought I closed this. He went near it to close it shut, but was met with a now broken lock. You cursed. I thought I already replaced this 2 days ago. Maybe I shouldn't buy my locks online. You let out a groan as you left it alone and went out of your room and into your living room. Your TV blared as you munch on some leftovers you got from the fridge, a movie currently playing as you kept your eyes on the protagonist. If you recall correctly, it's one of those films Jess keeps talking about, starring her favorite lead actor. You kind of get what she's gushing about. The lead does look attractive. Blonde, wavy hair with sharp eyes, with eyes as pink as fuchsia. And you still can't remember the actor's name. You take out your phone as you start to search up the name of the actor when it suddenly changed, and instead of the blonde actor on the screen, a report comes instead with banner below. Another missing person case? Is this what Hugo is talking about? A shiver went up your spine, remembering the broken lock of your window back in your bedroom. Nuh-uh. Not tonight, Althemia. No scary thoughts for tonight. Turning off the TV, you went to your kitchen to grab something to drink. You opened your fridge, feeling the cold air hitting your face as you rummaged through. Taking out a pitcher of orange juice, you take a glass from your cupboards as you pour the juice to the last drop, taking a sip from it. You check the clock on the wall. 9:30 p.m. That late already, huh? You checked your front door and windows, seeing everything locked before grabbing your glass and finishing the last drops of the orange juice before heading back to your bedroom. Now dressed in your nightwear, you let out one last stretch, a yawn escaping from your mouth. Getting in your bedsheets, you laid in comfort. Today was a lot, you thought. Another yawn escaped your lips. You must be really tired, you thought, your eyes going half-lidded. And eventually, sleep took over. The moon was high up in the sky. The night is quite safe for a few late-night cars. But that is not enough to wake the sleeping residents. Hello? Saul? Still broken, huh? You should be careful, Pumpkin. Clad in all black with a mask of the same color adorning his face, he slowly makes his way next to the sleeping figure. His reddish eyes, bright, filled with adoring love. He reached out and stroked a finger against his beloved's cheek. Look at my sleepy sweetheart. Makes me wonder who supplies Hugo those sleeping pills. Nani? When did you... Huh? When did you get a sleeping pill in me? He lets out a low chuckle as he leaned closer to Althemia. Pulling down his mask, he leans forward, checking her face before continuing. Hugo wasn't in the broken lock. Hugo! Hugo, are you helping him into my house? He buries his face at the dip of her shoulders as he leaves a peck. He takes a deep inhale. He shakes as if he took a whiff of a dangerous and addictive drug. Oh, there are hearts in his eyes. His eyes bright as he examines every feature of his soulmate's face as he gives Althemia's cheek a kiss. Fuck. He smells so good. Pardon me. Not me holding my breath. He lifted her arm and watched as it flops down on, deep in sleep, like Sleeping Beauty. He nibbles her neck, earning him a soft whimper from the sleeping individual. He just chuckled. Quite ticklish, aren't you? And he kept going. He kissed and lapped on the same spot to the point a mark started to form. Those filthy scums think they could touch you. His eyes slanted in anger. His grip on the edge of the bed tightens as he wrinkles the sheets. His breathing heavy. You're mine. No one else. You belong to me. I see the yandere now. If I ever see those bastards again, I'll kill them. Oh. Tucking a loose strand away from Althemia's face, he gives her a kiss on the forehead before landing another one on the corner of Althemia's lips. A shiver ran down his spine at the contact, and as much as he would like to stay a bit longer, his time is due. He backs away as he covered his face once again with his face mask. He walked towards the ajar window, turning back one last time. Sorry about your window, Pumpkin. I'll make it up to you someday. He carefully opens the window again, and with that, he's gone. Ah! Ah! As of March 11, 2024, Fantasia, me, will be taking a break from developing in hopes of finishing my current internship. But rest assured, I'll be back to work once I'm free, and I'll be in my Twitter account for the time being. Thank you for once again, and I hope you enjoyed this update. Hope to see you soon. Ah! What? Oh, we're missing 2 pictures. What about other? Okay, so others, we're missing quite a lot. But we're missing 2 of this boyo. Which means I need to go get those 2 pictures of this boyo. We're not quite done with day 2 yet. No, we are not. No, we're not. And watch the movie with Hugo. Hugo gives you a bright smile. Heck yeah, I knew you were a trooper, Althemia. Come, let's go grab some tickets and snacks. Do you want popcorn or something else? The shorter male went along towards the movie theater, a few coming along, following up behind him. Sol clicked his tongue. He shoved his hands in his pants pockets as he followed along behind you. Hugo took notice of this and raised a brow. Oh, I thought you weren't interested in the movie, sonny boy. Maybe you're right. It does look interesting. Stop me. Let's go. Sol takes hold of your wrist and drags you away from Hugo into the movie theater. What? Hey, come back here. I'm talking to you. Yeah. Sol went ahead to the counter and bought tickets for the 3 of you. Sol turned around and gave one ticket to you. Your fingers brushed with his, causing him to blush. Finally caught up to you two, Hugo pouted as he crossed his arms looking at Sol. I thought the tickets were on you, Hugo. It is, but guess it's on Sol now. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but this is supposed to be my treat. Oh well, the food is still on me. Wait right here. Yeah. Hugo scurried off to the food booth, leaving you and Sol one last time. He walked towards the now showing pictures, examining the poster. Sherlock Holmes, huh? Hugo's into detective movies? You turned to ask Sol. He placed a hand on his hip as he checked the poster next to you. You can say that. He aspires to be one. That's quite charming of him. Sherlock Holmes is his inspiration? It's just one of them. I see. How about you, Sol? What's your favorite genre? Sol raised his brows at you. He placed a finger on his chin as he looked up, staring at the ceiling. I like supernatural horror and thriller, along with the tales of the Headless Horseman or those original fairy tales by the Grimm brothers. Sol, my man. Hell yeah. Ah, those all sound so gruesome. I bet you feel weirded out by it. Hell no. What do you mean? I actually enjoy those as well. Really now? Of course I do. I think they're very interesting, and I love the thrill they give. Sol stares at you in awe before a smile breaks out on his face. Then maybe we could watch one together. I'm back. Hugo's familiar voice was heard. He turned around and saw him walking towards both of you. 2 large bags filled with popcorn on each arm and a large cup being held. Oh, let me. He said, taking one bag from Hugo's arm. He thanks you for the help. I've got the snacks. Hope you like popcorn, Althemia. He then turns to Sol. Come on, let's get in before the movie starts. Sol nods as you and Hugo follow him towards the entrance of the movie theater. He hands out the 3 tickets, and then the 3 of you enter. And this isn't it. This piece wants you to believe it's the ultimate evidence for this case, when in fact, you were halfway through the movie, the bag of popcorn halfway finished. You looked at the blue-haired male on your left as his gaze transfixed on the large screen before you. Hugo, during the beginning of the film, was really giddy, but now he was silent, seemingly engrossed with the scene happening in the movie. His hand goes on autopilot as he munches on each bite of popcorn. To your right, Sol surprisingly was also too engrossed with the movie before him. You need to... Yeah. You've been holding it for a while since you don't want to miss out on the important scenes, but Mother Nature is knocking so hard on your door. He tapped Sol's shoulder. He turned his attention to you. You need something? I need to go to the comfort room. Would you like me to accompany you? No. No, it's fine. Just enjoy the movie. Sol gave you a nod, and you took it as a signal to stand up from your seat, ducking down, making sure not to block the screen for the viewers at the back as you sped walk towards the movie theater's comfort room. Jeez, and it was already getting interesting too. I'll probably just ask Hugo what happened when I was gone. Well, time to head back. The forceful opening of the door startled you. A few grunts were heard, and a shuffling of feet as if they were in a struggle. You went quiet. You better speak the fuck up, or else. I don't know what you're talking about. How many times do I have to tell you? Bullshit. Motherfucker. Your eyes widened as your breathing stopped. You quietly but quickly went to the nearest toilet stall. What is going on? A fight? In the cinema, out of all places. Whatever is going by the door is clearly something you don't want to get involved with. Just tell us who is the traitor that you're in cahoots with, and I'll let you on. Again, I have no idea what you were talking about. I guess I have no choice. You hear the sound of the light bulb being popped along with a portion of the comfort room's light going dim. Only half of the room is now lit up. Please. I don't know. I swear. I'm giving you one last chance, buddy. A little shuffling was heard. The rough voice seems to whisper something that you cannot hear. Then you hear breathing as it gets shorter and heavier. He's here. I swear, just look around. You're bound to find him here. Please don't kill me. Maybe the gun's too merciful. No! Your nose caught something. It stings as it fills the air, the edges of your eyes watering. You then felt wet hitting the tip of your shoes. You looked down and your eyes widened. Blood. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Someone just got killed. And the body is right in front of your stall. Is someone else here? Shit, did he hear me? Well, well, well. Seems like we have a lost lamb on our shoulders. Then you hear the stall 1 block away from you is roughly opened. Not here, huh? Come on, little lamb. Don't try to hide. Shit, I need to do something. You quickly looked around, trying for a way to escape, but there is nothing but a small rectangular window just above the toilet. You could try to pry it open and call out for help. I feel like getting closer to you. He's about to open my stall. What should I do? As soon as the owner of the rough voice tried to open your stall's door, however, you quickly grabbed onto the knob, pulling with all your might to prevent the man from behind it from prying it open. Oh, so you're feeling feisty, huh? Suddenly, you're pushed out of the door. The man's incredible strength catches you off guard, causing you to be pulled in, tripping on the potty and bumping into the owner of the rough voice. You looked up and froze. Your eyes met with the stinging gold eyes. He's dressed in all black with black leather gloves to match. He roughly grabbed your hair, causing you to hiss and groan from the sudden pain from your head. You've given me enough trouble, little missy. Now you must pay for it. Fuck. Please. I don't want to die. You closed your eyes, tears stinging the edges as you tried to pry off the man's hand off your head, but to no avail. Ow. The pain from your head is now gone. Then you felt a hand coming to touch your hair. You flinched. You slowly backed away, your legs shaking as you still refused to open your eyes, your arms wrapped around you. Althemia, it's okay. And you hear that all too familiar voice. I'm here, Althemia. It's all right. Before you was Sol. Right behind him was Hugo. Both of their expressions are filled with worry. But your focus was on the splattered blood across the walls. Hugo notices this and tries his best in blocking the view. Sol's hand then went up to reach out to you, but he stopped midway, afraid as if he'll burn you. Without even thinking, you quickly wrapped your arms around Sol, your shoulders shaking as you buried your face on his chest. Sol took this as a sign and gently wrapped his big arms around you, a hand coming to caress your hair, trying to comfort you as you shook in his hold. Can we go out, please? Without much of a word, Sol escorted you out from the scene before you, his hold tight and secured around your shoulders. Sol gives Hugo a look, and the shorter male just sighed, waving his friend away with a fanning motion. I'll take care of it. You and Sol left. Hugo let out an irritated tss as he looks down at 2 bodies on the ground. God, what a pain in the ass. The sky is now dark, indicating it's near night. You finally got out of the movie. He looked down and stared at your shoes, noticing a few splatters of blood. You gripped Sol's arm. He took notice and looked at your shoes. Seeing the blood, he kneeled down on one knee and took out his handkerchief. No, it's all right. Doubt it. He wiped the blood off of your shoes before folding his handkerchief and shoving it deep in his pockets. He looks at your disheveled look. Let me ask you again. Are you all right, Althemia? I'm not fine. Not fine. How and why? You ask no one. The terrifying experience kept repeating in your mind. Sol broke your trail of thought by placing his large hand on top of your head. You looked up at him, and he gave you a soft, reassuring smile, his hand now off of your head. Don't think about it anymore. What matters is that you're here with me. You looked around, and you noticed that Hugo wasn't around. Where's Hugo? He's got it covered. You don't need to worry about him. How about I walk you home? Huh? You know, to keep you safe. I'll keep you company. I'll keep you safe. Do you trust me? I trust you. And then let me take care of you. Sol gently takes hold of your hand and wraps it around his larger one, his gaze never leaving yours, a bright smile on his face. Lead the way, then. You felt safe. Safe with someone. Safe with Sol. The walk back to your apartment was quiet, save for a few nightly bugs making a few hums then and there. Sol's hand is still wrapped around yours. He's warm. You couldn't help but steal a few glances at Sol. He looks back at you. He said nothing, but the more he stared at you, the more longing his eyes were given. Aw. He gives you another one of his bright smiles. He squeezes your hand. You squeeze back, making him chuckle. What is it? Nothing. Your hand feels cold. Let me fix that. He hummed as he raised the hand that he's holding. I'm turning into a giddity mess. What? There. Now it feels warmer. He teased, a blush of his own appearing on his face. What? That's not how you warm hands up. Is that so? I'd love to see how you would do it. Sol! He just laughed at you, his face still red as you playfully hit his side. Eventually, your walk came to an end, and you're met with the front door of your apartment. He let go of the hand Sol was holding. He nearly reached out to keep his hold, but stopped himself. You turned to face him. Well, this is my place. Oh. I'll see you tomorrow then? Of course. But we don't have classes together tomorrow, though. That's alright. Maybe we can hang out after classes to continue on with the project. I'll keep your word for it then. You turn to face your apartment's front door, taking out your keys and finding the one you need. But before you inserted the key to your apartment, you turned your head to look at Sol's tall figure, still unmoving from his position. Thank you for today. I really owe you one. He paused, then his shoulders relaxed. Don't worry about it. Just know that you can count on me. Unlocking your front door, you fully turned around to give Sol one last wave of a small smile on your face. He returned with his own smile before walking off towards the exit. You entered your apartment, the lights dim as you groaned, searching for the light switch. Much better. You nodded in approval before heading to your kitchen. Oh, wait. Your heart dropped before turning off the TV. The incident back at the cinema replaying in your mind. You quickly turned off your television as you made your way to your kitchen, hoping to take mind off things. You opened your fridge, feeling the cold air hitting your face as you rummaged through, taking out a pitcher of orange JK. Oh, what? Oh, so it is slightly different. Our time today isn't enough. It's never enough. I want more of you. I want to be with you. Every waking day. His gaze went from hurt to desperate, his focus still on the figure sleeping before them. If only you know how much I crave your attention every day. It hurts So please, let me. Tucking a loose strand away from Althemia's face, he gives her a kiss. Oh. Oh! What's this? Hugo? You've really caused me some trouble today. Fucker! So it is you! Fucking traitor! What? My gun! Oh! Who would have thought? Our sweet doggy is biting their master's hand. Though, not gonna lie, we should have seen this coming. You're talking too much. You haven't even fired a gun since... Ha. Shit. They're slowly figuring me out. I don't think I could make it for the next few days. Sonny, you've done enough for me. I think this is the end of our deal. Deal? Okay, hang on. Deal? Yo, oh, shit, we're still missing a photo. But we got another one of Hugo! Oh, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How are we gonna get the other 6? I am determined. We're gonna go back to this one. Let's try they're not weird, see if that changes anything. I think they're unique. Also, it adds to your charm, he said with a wink. Sol blushes and looked away, rubbing his wrist to calm himself down. I wouldn't mind trying to watch one, though. Then I'd love to recommend some for you. Of course, that would be such an honor. I'm back. Yep, murder. Oh, yeah. Go through the window. Without much thought, he quickly stepped on the toilet seat and pried open a small rectangular window. It won't budge. Then you hear your stall opening, and there you see a tall man, roughly 6'8". He's dressed in all black leather gloves adorning his hands, and in one of them is a gun with a silencer attached to it. And below him is the bloody body of another man. That must be the meek-voiced man you heard. Well, hello there, little missy. You seem quite lost there. Sadly, I can't let any witnesses go loose. Please don't. He, however, did not listen to your pleas. He takes his gun as he loaded it with a click. I'm going to fucking die. Yep. Let's go with I'm fine this time. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. You say that, but your voice is clearly betraying you. Sol isn't convinced. Instead, he keeps giving you a worried look. He sighs before shaking his head. He looked around you and noticed that Hugo wasn't around. Where's Hugo? Oh. So let's go here. Though I couldn't afford to skip this one. Although the idea of skipping seems thrilling, you can't afford to skip this one. Who knows what important projects your teacher is going to throw at you, and you're going to end up behind just because of skipping one class. Thank you for the offer, you two, but I can't afford to miss this one. Hugo's shoulders slumped down, quite disappointed. That's alright, maybe we can hang out next time, then. Sol turns to you. Would you like me to accompany you to your next class? Of course, I appreciate that, Sol. I'll see you at the usual spot, Sol. Sol nods at Hugo before the said male walks away, waving off as he leaves. You and Sol walk through the hallway towards your next class's classroom. You couldn't help but check on Sol. He seems nervous. You look down and see that his hand is shaking. I'm gonna take his hand. Reaching to his hand, you gently wrapped your hand around his. His hand stopped shaking, but he went stiff, before he eventually relaxed and intertwined his fingers with yours. This makes you smile. And the walk was silent, but no words needed to be said to see the growing smile on his face. You finally reached the front door of your classroom door. You peeked inside through the door's window and saw Crow on his usual seat already. He turned your attention back to Sol. Thank you for escorting me to my class, Sol. Oh, it's not a problem. His tiny smile didn't last long in his face, however. His shoulders slumped down. Though, I could have wished you could have come with us. Maybe next time, Sol. Maybe we can hang out on a weekend or on a free schedule. Sure. His words contradict his expression as it lacks enthusiasm. Just then, the door to your classroom opened, and there you met eyes with Crow. Crow's eyes lit up once he saw you. There you are, Althemia, just in time for the next class. Oh? He was about to greet you, but felt Sol's presence beside him. And who might this fellow be? A classmate of yours? You can say that. Crow, this is Sol. He's from my art class. Sol, this is Crow. A pleasure to meet you, Sol. Crow extended out his hand for Sol to shake. Sol just stared at it. A few awkward seconds passed by before he eventually took Crow's hands. Sol, however, wasn't regulating his strength as he gripped Crow's hand with much force. Crow winched from his presser, but didn't say anything before Sol eventually let go of his hand. Sol then turned to you. I should be going now, Althemia. I'll see you soon. Kind of wish you could have come with. He sighed, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair away from your face, earning him a small blush from you. Sol turned on his heel and walked off. You looked at his retreating figure before Crow eventually tapped your shoulder. We should get going. With one last glance at Sol's retreating figure, you turned around and got inside your classroom. You got to your usual seat. Crow takes his usual seat by the window in front of your own seat, waiting for the classroom to settle down as your professor comes in. All right, class, settle down. You all better turn in this upcoming paper if you don't want to end up having no grades in your card. And that means... Your professor slams down his thin notebook, the loud slap echoing through the room. You all aren't able to graduate, much less make it to the higher class. Now, I'd like you all to think of a short story based on any type of literature. Bonus points if you can source out where you got your inspiration along with references. I'll be checking those the most. You hear a few whispers from a few of your classmates as they talk with each other. Unfortunately for them, your professor notices them as he slams his thin notebook again on his desk, making some of you jolt from your seats. Now, I can allow you all to head to the library to do your research or stay here and brainstorm. You may begin. Crow stands up from his seat, gathering his things and turning to you. I'm going to the library. Would you like to join me? You perked up and nodded. Crow waits for you as you gathered your things before leaving the classroom into the library. The library, as of the moment, has less students, some doing research like you and Crow, and some just minding their own business. I'll go find us a table. The usual place, please. Of course. He says with a smile as he set his eyes on the table near the large windows, the usual spot and your favorite in this library. While Crow went to your usual table, you on the other hand went near the tall bookshelves, checking each spine to see if something might catch your interest. You've been going through spines and spines of books, but nothing ever caught your eye of interest. You eventually gave up and picked up the closest book near you. It was a bit heavy. The biography of Marie Antoinette. Your eyebrows raised in curiosity. You knew a random book would do the trick. You flipped it open and you were met with a very well-drawn portrait of a very prestigious-looking woman. Flipping through more of the pages, your eyes landed on a drawn figure of the same woman, but her kneeled before a guillotine. Quite a spoiler, but you read through the text below the illustration. The execution. Such a gruesome end, you thought. Deciding with this book, you tucked it under your arm. You take a look one last time around the bookshelves, maybe finding something of the same genre. You notice a peculiar book sticking out of the very edge of the bookshelf. It was a bit worn out and dirty. You're kind of wondering how it ended up there. You inched a bit closer to it. The spine didn't have anything on it besides a few worn edges. You got on your tiptoes as you reach out to grab the book. However, The moment you grab it and pull out, the bookshelf started wobbling, and you immediately stopped. I want it. Gimme. With determination, you held on the shelf, making sure not to make it wobble any further as you take a firm grip on the warm book. Here, you. I got it. Whoa. The bookshelf shook a bit. You extended your arms as you tried to rebalance it. A few books fell then and there, making you wince. Hope no one heard that. Anyway, what is this that's so stuck to the damn thing? You flipped open the cover, only to see a blank page. No author whatsoever, save for the paper. And the edges of it a bit yellow from age. The dust isn't helping either. You flipped a few more pages, and there you finally get to see some printed words on it. And the various torture devices and executions of the medieval times. How the fuck did this end up here in the school library? Then again, I might be able to get some material out of this. You shrugged, closing the book. You tucked it under your arm and left the area, going to where Crow was. Oh, there you are, Althemia. Have you found anything useful for your paper? It took a while. Nothing caught my eye from the books, but this one. He raised a large book and showed it to Crow. The Queen herself. That's pretty interesting. What kind of paper are you doing to make out of it? I was thinking maybe about how a tyrant royal turned good but was punished regardless for her actions. How does that sound? Crow was silent for a few seconds, making you tilt your head. Maybe he didn't hear you correctly. That's actually sounds nice, Althemia. Can I ask what's the inspiration? Oh, I just thought about something today. And about something, you remember your conversation with Hugo back at the rooftop. Also, maybe I could get some extra points from the professor. You said with a wink and a nudge. Crow just chuckled. Is that so? That's very smart thinking of you, Althemia. Why, thank you. You said with a bow, making Crow chuckle at your actions before you both settle down on the chairs from your table. You skimmed through the book, taking a few notes, then and there, for important bits you could use. Aww. At the corner of your eye, you notice how Crow's eyebrows tend to furrow as he goes through his books. His leg is shaking underneath the table, his figure leaned a bit forward as he rubs his temples. You notice how he keeps tapping the tip of his pen on his paper, but not writing anything. He seems restless about something. Return. Tap his shoulder. Crow jolted in surprise, his eyes wide open. His legs stopped shaking as he turned his full attention to you. Yes? Is something the matter, Althemia? Are you alright, Crow? Yes, I'm alright. What makes you say that? You seem stressed. Let me guess. Writer's block? You can say that. Crow lets out a nervous laugh. Crow paused, his eyes averted from yours, refusing to look at them directly. His silence is deafening. It's making your heart race from nervousness. Do you think the Queen was a good person, Althemia? Huh? His sudden question caught you by surprise. My thoughts about Marie Antoinette? I've read a few textbooks and documentaries. Each have different views about her, both negative and positive. I'd like to hear from you, since this is your source of reference. His sudden interest about your paper confused you. Does it have to do something about the Queen herself, or the situation? Either way, you thought about his question. I have nothing to say. I don't know much about her, so I have nothing to say. I don't have much knowledge about Marie Antoinette, actually. Oh? Is history not to your fancy? It's not that. I just never got the time to look her story up. Crow just tilted his head to the side before tucking a hair behind his ear. She's an interesting woman. You should learn if you have the time. Trust me. He says with a wink before turning back to his paper as he slowly writes on it. His legs, shaking underneath the table, continued. That was weird. You stretched out your arms, letting out a sigh of relief, looking at your paper that you've made as you skimmed through it one last time. You were too caught up with your conversation with Crow, you nearly forgot about the warm book you brought along with. You picked it up and started flipping through the first pages. Torture devices. Execution devices. Why the fuck are you reading this again? You turn to another page, and on it is a wall sketch of tall and bulk man, his face covered as he wields a large axe. His arms are filled with scars, while around his neck is a chain collar. Ugh. He looks like those killers you often seen in slasher films. Underneath the illustration, it reads Executioner. Some executioners were feared by the public, while the rest respected them, but mostly people shunned them for their field of work. And the old times sure were brutal. You mutter underneath your breath as you closed the book and stacked it on top of the other books you and Crow brought. You handed out your paper to Crow as he gladly accepts it and stacks it along with his own paper. Shall we get back? You nodded along after you're finished stacking the books you borrowed for the librarian or her assistants to get. I can't wait for the day to end. Same here. Crow chuckles as you and him left the library. The day eventually came to an end. Few rays of sunset light shine through the hallways as you and Crow walk through the hallway. Do you have anything else to do today, Althemia? Well, I have to do some quick grocery shopping before I go home. Well, in that case, would you mind me accompanying you? Really? It's fine if you don't, if you have other things to do. Like look for Brittany and the others? Not really. Besides, Daryl has after-class practice. Same with Gio. As for Brittany and Jess, they're catching up on their business proposals. But don't you also need to catch up? I can do them tomorrow. I'd like to spend more time with you today, Althemia. Your voice got caught in your throat. You can feel how your face heated up. Stupid Crow, stupid feelings. All right then. Crow lets out a small cheer. He just giggled as you both went out of the campus. You shared a few conversations with Crow along the way as he helped you with your little shopping in, which he bought a few as well for himself during the trip back to your apartment. I awake. Hi, Firedale. Before you knew it, you were faced with the front door of your apartment. You frown. Well, this is my stop. Thank you for coming along with me, Crow. You turned to face him with a smile, but disappeared upon meeting his blue eyes in the darkness of the night shown by the window behind him. Crow takes notice of your gloomy expression and gives you a head pat as he brushed through your locks. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, my stars. I think you're the first hydrate this whole stream, and I didn't even notice. I was so into this game. Oh, my stars. And then it went to your cheek, causing you to look up at him. Why the long face, Althemia? Well, we really get to spend time together like the old days. I can't break it open. Today just reminds me of it. Gimme. He's struggling to get a drink. I sound so selfish. Forget it. You nervously laugh, averting your gaze away from him. Crow was quiet for a while, seemingly to think hard on your words before another smile broke through his face, his hand on your head coming to rest on your cheek. No, I agree. I'd love to spend an entire day with you, even a month if you'd like. Just come to me and I'll put everything aside for you. Oh. He stared at him in awe. You could barely believe what he just said. Do you really mean that? I do. We can start by letting me walk you home from after classes with you if you'd like. Don't hesitate to ask me, okay? I'll see you tomorrow, Althemia. Good night. Crow waved a small wave at you. He returned it with your own slow one, still awe-stricken at his little proposal. And with that, he's out. You pressed your palm to where your heart was, feeling the rapid beating of the damn organ. You set your groceries on your kitchen counter and started taking out its contents and arranging it in your cupboards and in your fridge. Lifting your school bag back up, you went onto your room. You placed your school bag near your desk as you take your seat, skimming through the notes you've taken for the day as you wrote down needed notes. Oh, we read this part. The police are going through... The police are going through under investigation as of this moment for these missing people. So far, they don't have any leads, and they are doing their best to search for them. For now, we advise everyone to come home early or be accompanied with another person. Now, on to our next report. Is that why Crow is feeling uneasy? Maybe I should ask him to come home with me for the next day, too. But the thing is, Crow lives the opposite direction from where your apartment is. To think he'd go through lengths to protect you. You'll thank him tomorrow. For now, you turned off your TV. You let out a yawn as you made your way to the kitchen. You opened your fridge, feeling the cold air hitting your face as you rummaged through. Taking out a picture of orange juice, you take a glass from your cupboards as you pour the juice to the last drop, taking a sip from it. You check the clock on the door. 9:30 p.m. Not late already, huh? Oh, wait a second. Oh, he broke it again. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. Hang on. Yeah, okay, so this is a different point. So it looks like whenever he breaks in at that point, after he makes a mark, after he bruises our neck, is when he starts changing it, depending on what route we went through. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. I was hoping I would spend the entire day with you. He then lets out a growl. Instead, you went with that. Slug. He lets out a breath as he relaxes his grip. But not to worry. I'll make up for our lost time. When you're awake, of course. Tucking a loose strand away from Althemia's face, he gives her a kiss on the forehead before landing another one on the corner of Althemia's lips. Okay. Oh, but we're still missing that one! But we got one of Crow now! God dang it! So we got 1, 2. Good luck. I'm gonna need it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing 6 pictures. 1 of our boy Soul, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of who knows who. Okay, we're gonna go back to this one. We already tapped his shoulder. Let's just say Crow. Upon hearing your voice, Crow's legs stop shaking before facing you, forcing his expression to soften, but the sweat drop from his temples says otherwise. He's trying so hard to keep a calm face. Yes, Althemia, is something the matter? Are you alright? You barely wrote anything, and you seem nervous. Is something bothering you? Crow gave you a soft yet sad smile. Yes, I'm fine. Oh yeah, there's this. I believe she was a nice person. What makes you say that? She did try her best to be charitable, and she was humble. People just misjudged her. If you think about it, she was just a child when she was made queen. Wouldn't you be overwhelmed by the sudden responsibility placed upon you? You're very much right about that. Thank you for your input, Althemia. For a moment, you saw a glint in Crow's eyes, a sign of relief. Relief from what? Regardless, it seemed to calm down as he started writing on his paper, going word after word. Well, at least you inspired him a bit. You smiled. You stretched out your arms, letting out a sigh of relief. Oh. Okay. That didn't do much either. But that gave me an interesting tidbit into Crow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Let's go back to this one. What happens if we leave it? It's probably nothing worth checking for anyway. Besides, you aren't risking to become a shelf pancake today. You left the book alone and went back to where Crow was. Oh. Oh. What happens if we say she was a horrible person? She was ignorant. She raved while people were starving. Is that so? Quite rude to be partying around while thousands of people are dying from hunger, don't you think so? Crow was quiet, somehow waiting for more input from you. But once he sensed you weren't adding anything, his shoulders slumped. You're right. I would be angry too. He didn't say anything else, returning back to his paper and slowly writes on it while his other hand went back to rub his temples. Seems like Crow seems to relate to Marie Antoinette. Load. What happens if we keep walking without taking Soul's hand? He didn't bother with him anymore as he kept walking. His shaking hand eventually was shoved in his pocket as you both resumed your walk. You finally reached the front of your classroom door. You peeked inside through the door's window and saw Crow and his... Really? There we go. Okay, first we joined Soul. Let's call Soul over. Without much thought, you walked to where Soul is as he almost immediately noticed you, a smile appearing on his face. His companion noticed his change in attitude and turned towards you. Hi there, you friends with Sunny? Sunny. Sunny! There's that nickname again. And then you hear a group of footsteps behind you. Hugo first notices the group behind you as he raised his head to meet one of their gazes. There you are, Althemia. You just ran off like that and I got kind of worried. You with these people, Althemia? Oh, that's right. Sorry for running off like that. Yeah. Soul. Hugo. And these are my friends. You turned your body to face Crow and the others while your gaze is still fixed on the duo. Crow gives the two a smile and a small wave. Daryl comes up first, extending his hand for one of the two to take. Nice to meet you. I'm Daryl. If you haven't heard, I'm the ace of our school's football club. He said with a smile. Hugo took his hand with a shake. Following up is Brittany as she just stares with a hand on her hip while Jess was twiddling her fingers as she stuck close to Brittany's side. Hey, how's it going? Hello. Between Brittany, Jess, and Daryl, it seems that only is the most enthusiastic out of all of them is this newfound friendship. I'm Hugo. I've heard about you, Daryl. Nice to meet you too. Thankfully, Hugo returned the same energy as the jock. I'm Jericho, but people call me Crow. Nice to meet your acquaintance. Crow also handed out his hand for Soul to shake. However, Soul didn't take it. There was slight awkwardness in the air between the two males, making Crow slightly retrace his hand back. Yeah, it's a bit awkward. No way. The atmosphere between the two, however, was cut short when Hugo gave out a loud gasp and marched towards Gio, who was way behind the group, a visible scowl on his face. Gio's eyes darkened as he tried to step back, but Hugo was quick on his feet as he engulfed the taller male into a hug. Oh, this says Subaru something. I recognize Subaru. Subaru! No, long time no see. There we go. Tisk. Oh, stars. Look, I recognize Subaru. You can give me that much, right? No. We'll figure out what this is. It's troublesome. Oh, I'm gonna be translating this whole thing. What? I didn't want to see your ugly face the entire day. No. The entire semester. Rude. But my luck seems to be slipping. Hey, now, that's not a nice way to greet your brother. Oh, they're siblings. I did not even know that Gio and Hugo were siblings. Another loud gasp was heard. This time, it came from Daryl. He pointed at Gio quite a bit dramatically. You have a brother, a brother, Gio? Oh, great. Another one. That's big brother to you. Aww. Everyone's attention was now on the three of them. Brittany seemingly amused by Gio's newfound dilemma. Crow just chuckled while Jess was surprised as well. Oh, right. Hugo started, finally letting go of Gio. The said male cursing under his breath as he composed himself and fixed his now ruffled hair as he walked towards you. We weren't actually going up to the rooftop for lunch today. We were hoping that you would like to come with us. He says, now standing beside Soul. Soul looks at you with anticipation. You... so this is what happened. If I join Soul and Hugo, is it going to end the same way? I mean, sure. Oh, but I need to tell the others first, if that's okay. Sure thing, take your time. Thanking and excusing yourself with the duo, you turn to the group, specifically Crow. Nervousness suddenly engulfed you as you tapped the... Excuse me. As he tapped the blue-eyed male on the shoulder. Crow tilted his head and turned his full attention to you. Is it alright for me to come with them for today? I'm fine with Althemia. Oh. He paused as if suddenly remembering something. But you have to ask Brittany for that as well. Upon hearing her name, Brittany turned her head towards you. You notice a basket around one of her arms. Brittany, however, didn't give you a chance to ask. You can go ahead, Althemia. You can join us whenever you want to. She gives you a smile, surprising you a bit. Without further ado, you excused yourself from the group before going with Soul and Hugo. Hugo gives you a smile. You turn to Soul. He gives you a smile of his own, his shoulders relaxed as if relieved. Let's go then. I sat with Soul last time, so let's sit in between them. He pointed to the box nestled in Soul's hand. Is that your lunch, Soul? Yeah, okay, that's the same. No, overwrite. I keep doing that. Yes. What happens if we stay with the group? He gave Hugo a sad smile. I'd love to join you, Hugo, but I'd like to stay with them for today, if that's all right. Hugo gives you a sad smile of his own before nodding his head, failing to notice how one of Soul's eyes twitched. Aw, that's all right, Althemia. But hit us up if you ever want to hang out, okay? He nodded and he gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Before you could turn to Soul to apologize to him too, Hugo quickly dragged him away. You noticed how his strides were slow and hesitant as Hugo drags him away. You shrugged before returning with Crow and the rest of the group. The school surprisingly has a public garden with a greenhouse just a few steps ahead. Multiple courses would go and plant needed flora depending on their necessities, or sometimes the school nurse would spend her time leisuring around and embracing the fresh air. You happen to be a volunteer in taking care of the garden along with the plants in the greenhouse, hence explaining how you got a set of keys. It just reminds you of home. Brittany went ahead and laid down a large picnic blanket under a large tree in the middle of the field. She set down her basket and started taking out some contents. Daryl and Jess followed along with Gio, while Gio leaned against the bark of the tree. Let's see what we've got. Owie! Not yet. Brittany slapped Daryl's hand away from the basket before he could raid the whole thing, making him wince and pout. Calm your ass down, you'll have your turn. At this point, I'll have to charge you all every time y'all hit me. Better charge us a penny or you ain't getting shit out of me. Are you some sort of masochist? Daryl gave Gio a side eye. Brittany shook her head while Jess just giggled. It was a cute little get-together that Brittany planned last night. She wanted to make a few sandwiches, so she prepared lots of varieties. On the blanket are a few Tupperwares with some of the sandwiches inside. While the rest were eaten, everyone got their fair share already, but now everyone is just minding their own business. Daryl is having the time of his life with 2 sandwiches on both of his hands. Brittany and Jess are talking. Gio is a bit further away from the group, leaning on the bark of the tree, seemingly lost in thought, and Crow is nowhere to be seen. Speak to Gio. You were quite hesitant to approach Gio at first. You always saw him as someone quite intimidating. More intimidating to Brittany. It's probably the way he carries himself. His towering height isn't helping either, and it seems like you've been staring at him for too long. He stopped chewing on his sandwich as his gaze met yours. You shivered. What do you want? Nothing? If you have nothing to say, then don't bother me. He seems uninterested in talking anymore. His sandwich half eaten before throwing it in the nearest trash bin. I think it's better not to disturb him. Okay. Wait. Can I try that again? Dang it. Hang on. Load. Speak to Gio. I have questions. Hurry up and spit it out. You and Hugo know each other? His eye twitched. You think you hit a sensitive nerve. I don't, and I don't want to associate myself with him. Whatever he said back in the hallway, forget about it. Is that so? If that's all you have to say to me, then leave. Wait. Actually, I'm curious as to why. Why do you hang out with us? I mean, I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just that I'm curious. You don't seem the type to... His piercing gaze made your voice die down. You cursed under your breath. Fuck. I think this is it for me. I get it. But you wouldn't understand. Leave me to my devices. Now. He demanded before wrapping the half-eaten sandwich he had in his hand before throwing it towards you. You caught it, nearly losing your balance. And give that to Darrow. I just lost my appetite. Gio then crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, the chilly autumn breeze passing him by, making his long hair sway along with his washy earrings. You take a look at the wrapped, half-eaten sandwich in your hand. I guess I'll never know. You sigh. Let's go to Darrow. Darrow seems to be the least busy out of everyone. You approach his sitting figure as you took a seat in front of him, one sandwich gone from his hand as he munched on the other one on his other hand. He notices you and stops eating, tucking away the sandwich and placing all of his attention on you. Here. You took out the half-eaten sandwich you got from Gio and handed it to him. He tilted his head to the side. You can't finish yours? It's from Gio. Really now? Not gonna lie, that's quite uncharacteristic of him. Usually he would either finish it or throw it away. Not that I'm complaining though. Thanks, Althemia. Daryl thanked you with a smile and took the half-eaten sandwich from your hands before tucking it away. You got something to ask me, Althemia? About Gio. What are your thoughts on Gio? Daryl smiled as he leaned a bit forward. Now, Gio's my favorite guy, even if he's a bit of a meanie at times. What makes you stick to him? Isn't he mean to you, like you said? Daryl's smile brightened as his eyes went soft. His side-eyed the male by the tree who had his arms crossed. Gio's attention was somewhere else. People are scared of him. It's probably because of his background. What about it? And the thing is, no one really knows what his family does other than the fact that they're super rich and that they are highly involved with the founder of the city. People have seen him with his bodyguards, all rugged and tall and very intimidating. Heck, I even saw one with a huge katana on their back. You shivered. Clearly, you don't want to deal with them. But what makes you not scared, Daryl? I mean, you clearly know what his family and himself is capable of. You see, Althemia, I am not really scared of him. On the outside, he's all stubborn and cruel. But on the inside, he's a really nice guy. Think of him like, he pursed his lips, thinking a bit. He's like a stubborn cat. He glanced back at Gio one more time. You're seeing the cat ears and the tail, all right. Now that you think about it, with this vision based on Daryl's declaration, does not seem quite intimidating anymore. How cute. And then you hear a sigh from Daryl. You returned your attention to him, an elbow on his leg as he held his face in his hand. Which begs me to wonder how he ended up in the lower class of us. In the lower class? How do we have things like that? Oh, you don't know about the hierarchy, Althemia? You shook your head no, and Daryl scratched the back of his head. Oh, damn. Well, Althemia, almost everyone knows about it. I don't blame you, since no one really likes bringing that type of subject up. I think either Crow or Jess would have to explain it to you. Just not Brittany. She gets riled up when it's mentioned. You nod in understanding, and Daryl gives you a smile. Anyway. About you. I would like to know about you. More about you, Daryl. Daryl rubbed the back of his head. Quite embarrassed he thought about him. Well, aren't you a flatterer? Ahem. Where should I start? He thought for a while. His legs crossed while you waited for him as he pondered. Well, I am the ace of my football club. I hate my coach, but don't tell him that. I love food, like lots. My most favorite would be sweets. If you ever got any on ya, smuggle me some, will ya? He says with a wink and a nudge. Other than that, I guess that's pretty much it. Jess. What do you think about Jess? Ooh, somebody's got a crush. At the mention of Jess's name, Daryl's whole face turned red as he started sweating. What about her? I don't know. I'd like you to tell me. What do you think about her? Daryl's cheeks just keep getting redder and redder. For a moment, his gaze turned to where Jess and Brittany were. He sighs as he looks away. Jess is the sweetest human being I have ever met. Oh? But don't tell anyone. I trust you at this because Crow trusts you, okay? All right. I don't know what's the big fuss yet, but I promise I won't tell. He raised your hands in surrender. The taller jock deflated on his spot. His shoulders down along with his mood. But... yeah. She's sweet. She's pretty. She's cute. Well, some would make fun of me. She's always there to give me a pat on the back. He groans, doubling over. His expression seems like he wants to throw up as he buried his face in his hands. But I doubt she likes me back. You tilted your head, wondering why he thinks that way. What makes you say that? The way she looks at Brittany. Don't you think that's the look of someone in love? At that, your eyes widened in surprise. You quickly turned your head to where the two girls were. The eyes behind the transparent frames looked like the fresh citrus oranges in the summer. They were bright, and they were fresh for the picking for Brittany. I know, because that's the same look I gave to her when I first met her. And it's the same look I see on Crow when he looks at you. He twirled a loose strand from his bangs. He looked away from the two girls and focused on your surprised figure. I hate it, but I love seeing that look on her face. I wish it was on me, though. I'm sorry, Daryl. He chuckled a bit. It's all right. Maybe one day I'll confess just to get it off my chest. All I want is to see her happy. Aww. Even if it's not with me. Oh, my heart. Anyway, enough of this sad shit, Althemia. Brittany. Daryl gives you a proud smile. Brittany? She's my first friend back when I was new to the football team. You'd be surprised that she used to be in the cheer squad despite her being quite introverted. She was? Daryl's bright smile softened, a small gloomy look in it. He was trying so hard to hide it, but was failing. Yeah. She quit right after the game's big frat party 2 years ago. That party was something else, since the higher classes were also a part of it. The following day, she suddenly quit. I don't know why, though. Not quite worth thinking about the past anyway. Crow. What do you think about Crow? At the mention of the blue-eyed friend of his, Daryl gives you a toothy grin as he wiggles his eyebrow. You want ditch on your little crushy, don't you, Althemia? Shut up. I just admire him, okay? Daryl laughed and stopped his teasing, saving you from further embarrassment. Crow is quite an individual. All I know is that he's the son of a very successful businesswoman in the city. Though I heard he doesn't have a great relationship with his family. What makes you say that? Daryl thought for a bit, but judging from his expression, he couldn't understand why either. I don't know either, Althemia. You should ask Crow for that if you want to learn more. I see. Don't worry, Althemia. I'm sure he'll do anything that you ask for. He gives you a playful wink. You rolled your eyes, but gave him a smile nonetheless. Thank you for answering my questions, Daryl. Anytime, Althemia. You're one of us now, so open up a little. I have nothing else to ask. Daryl gives you a smile before nodding. Okay. Spoke to Gio, spoke to Daryl. Brittany! Brittany was minding her own business, seemingly tapping away on her phone. You were kind of shy to come any closer to her. But before you could turn and leave, however, she called out to you. She must have seen you from the corner of her eye. Oi, Althemia, come here. Don't be a stranger now. You clearly want to talk. Let me guess. Were the sandwiches great? They were wonderful, Brittany. She smiled at your response. I'm glad you liked them, Althemia. Anyway, enough of my sandwiches. You have something to tell me? Ooh. Even more questions. Ah! Have you seen Crow? Crow? I think I saw him go deeper into gardens. Brittany said with a raise of her brows. Let me guess. You want to finally confess your undying feelings for him. What makes you say that? Wow. I'm not sure who is denser, him or you. Whatever. If you need him, he's probably in the greenhouse. Brittany gives you a thumbs up, mouthing a good luck. As if I'm confessing, he thought with a pout. Brittany just gives you a teasing smirk. Anyway, enough with that. Thoughts on Daryl? Brittany just chuckled. You mean that meathead? He's an idiot. She says with a smile, and then she sighed. She shakes her head at the thought of the tall jock. He's an idiot, but he's a smart idiot. I'll give him that. He's like a brother to me. It just baffles me how he barely has any friends. How this school fails us. She shakes the idea before running her attention back to you. Gio. Brittany raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you got the hots for him. Nothing of the sorts. What makes you think that? I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you do. If you can see how his locker is often filled with multiple love letters and gifts from various people... I wasn't done. From various people, then I wouldn't be surprised. He's that popular. A loner like him, you'd be surprised. Tall, mysterious, and dangerous, everyone just flocks to him like birds. But people are scared to even get close to him, so the next best thing they could do is send him gifts. And they never succeed, though. Is he somehow overwhelmed by the attention? Not really overwhelmed, more like he is uninterested. He either doesn't read the letters and tosses them, or he burns them. He burns them? That's so mean. And a waste of gifts, too. Brittany just laughed, her shoulders shaking. That's Gio to you. How do you know all of this? Brittany giggled before giving you a wink as she pressed a manicured finger on her lips as if to shush you. I know a lot of secrets. Anyway. Jess. Upon hearing her name, Jess's head turned to where you both were. Brittany dismissed her, telling her it's nothing for her to worry about before turning back to you. Jessie, she's my best friend. She smiled as she looked at the orange band on her wrist. My very best friend. When no one was there to help me, she was there. You'd be surprised how confident and loud she is when she's mad. Brittany chuckled, a bit as if reminiscing a fond memory. I owe it all to her for bringing me back up during those dark times. But that's enough of the past. Oh. Brittany gives you a nod before standing up from the ground. She stretches her limbs, letting out a few satisfying pops. She places a hand on her hip. I'll be cleaning a bit. I'll talk to you later, Althemia. You don't want any help? No thanks. I appreciate the thought, though. You nodded as he stood up as well, leaving Brittany to attend to her own devices. Speak to Jess. Jess was admiring the few orange leaves slowly falling from a tree. The slow descent of a leaf catches her attention before gracefully catching it with her delicate fingers. She notices you approach her. She dropped the leaf before giving her full attention to you. Yes, Althemia? What seems to be the problem? Oh, there's nothing, actually. I just want to talk to you and ask a few questions. Then by all means, go ahead. I'll try my best to answer them. You have questions to ask me, Althemia? Have you seen Crow? Jess's eyebrows furrowed and shakes her head. I don't think I know where Crow is. Maybe you should ask Brittany. Maybe she knows. He thanked her. Thoughts on Geo? Jess's shoulder started shaking at the mention of the tall and stoic individual. I hate to be one of those people, but he actually scares me. Have you seen how capable he is with his bow and arrow? No. Actually, is he really that good? I only know that he's from the archery club. Oh, and then you should definitely attend the sports event next year. Geo is going to compete, and the higher classes will be there to determine if the students are worth bringing up. Another shiver went up her spine. She wrapped her arms around herself. A bad memory crosses her mind. But whenever that happens, Geo seems to somehow miss his target and nearly hits someone with his arrow. What the fuck? Thankfully, it only cut the guy's hair and nothing else. He got disqualified, sadly, but that was enough for me to not mess with him. How is he not in jail? He tried to rack up your brain for a reason why he's in school and not behind bars, but Jess cut you off before you could think any further. Enough of that. Thoughts on... Oh wait, we just did Geo. Daryl. At the mention of Daryl, Jess's face went bright. This is probably the first time you have seen her smile without shaking like a lost lamb. Oh, Daryl. He's an amazing friend. He keeps me safe, and I owe it up to him quite a lot. Though I do feel bad for him most of the time. Brittany and Geo tease him way too much. Jess chuckled, looking at the jock sitting under the tree before turning back to you. He's a funny guy. I remember back when I made the mistake of giving him a bowl filled with candy with candy from last year's Halloween. He did tell me he likes sweets. Why? What's wrong with giving him candy? Well, he gets sugar rush pretty quickly and gets super hyper. Brittany tried so hard in calming him down. Can you imagine a 6-foot-tall jockey going around like a playful puppy? I bet Brittany didn't have a fun time. Just nodded with a closed smile at you. What do you think about Brittany? Upon mentioning the gyros? I know that's like a style in Japan, but for the life of me, I can't think of what it's actually called. Brittany's head turned to the both of you. She didn't say anything, but raised a brow. She tilted her head to the side. You called for me? Nothing, Britt. Jess quickly shooed her best friend away. Brittany shrugged before continuing on with her own business. Jess let out a sigh of relief as a small tint of red raises to her cheeks. Ah, so she does have a crush on Brittany. Jess looked down on her skirt, fiddling with her pink wristband as her heartbeat quickened. Britt, she's my best friend, my very best friend, and I would do anything to see her happy again. She pushed back her glasses and looked at you. And there you saw the sparkles. Her smile was soft, and you can tell. Jess, do you like Brittany? She was hesitant before looking down, nodding as she did so, still fiddling with her pink wristband. Promise not to tell? I promise. Thank you, Althemia. This will just be between the two of us. Besides, she gives you a big smile. I'll keep your oh-so-secret crush towards Crow a secret too. She giggled at your surprised look at the mention of Crow. He rubbed the back of your head as you pouted. No more questions. Just nods as she clasps her hands. It was wonderful talking to you, Althemia. You should hang out with us more. And with that, she gives you a wave goodbye. And with that, it's time to go find the mysterious man himself. But first, did that. Oh, I'm still missing one from the others? Man, I'm never going to figure out where that one missing one from Crow's is. Maybe the one I'm missing from the others is what we're about to get. Maybe. You've pretty much talked with everyone here, and they all seem to be busying themselves. You looked around the garden before moving in deeper into the red autumn wonderland. As you kept moving forward, you were greeted by the greenhouse. Through the transparent glass, you spot a familiar head of brown. He went inside the greenhouse and saw Crow go through each plant and flower, analyzing each delicate leaf and petal. Noticing he's not alone, he turned to where you were and smiled. Oh, there you are, Althemia. What brings you here? I would say the same thing to you. Well, I haven't really explored this place properly before, so why not take the chance? You've never been here? Crow shakes his head. Never got the time to visit. Crow chuckles. You meet his gaze and he gives you a soft smile. His gaze lingered a bit before going around. He then found something that caught his attention. Now this is a pretty looking flora. What do you think it is? You looked at the brush of flowers filled with purple flowers, their petals thin as it showcases its full bloom. This is a passion flower. Fascinating. Tell me more about it. Well, it's a climbing vine plant. Usually its colors are purple or white. Once flowers bloom, passion fruits will bear itself. Usually a volunteer would come and harvest the fruits. That sounds interesting, Althemia. But that's a scientific way to describe this flower. How about its meaning? You tilted your head to the side. What do you mean? How do I say this? He places a hand under his chin. In astrology, each star has a meaning behind it. Same goes with gemstones, like your birthstone. Flowers have those as well, correct? Huh, never really thought of it. Crow gives you a cheeky smile. It's interesting. Passion flower symbolizes hope and growth. I love seeing the hopeful looks on people. He says as he looks at the flowers before you both. Hope. Something the city needs. I want to get rid of the hierarchy. Deviant mentioned something about that. Actually, everyone did. But how come I've never heard of it? What is it about? I never got to explain it to you, huh? I guess now's the perfect time since they're quite active in interacting with us in the lower class again. He looks out. Our school, Olympias University, has 2 buildings with 2 different classes. One is where we are at the moment, the lower class, while around the northern part of the city is where the higher classes are. There, education is 10 times better, the facilities are better, and the students are way out of our league. He hesitates a bit in voicing his thoughts of the students in the higher class. Though, I highly doubt that. He added, his eyes narrowed. The lower class? Calling it lower class is kind of low in my opinion. I call them villagers, humble people. They're either really kind or either too busy to bother. There is a hint of hesitation in his voice. Well, not all. Failed students in the higher class often end up here with us. And well, they don't really take it well. Which explains the bullying situation. Crow's brows slanted downward, disgusted by the idea. The fact he can't do anything is irritating him. How come no one tried to file a report or anything? People tried. I tried. We tried. But unless you either have money or a higher reputation, heck, even both, they'll bother to even listen. Crow sighs. Why? Which is why some students try their hardest to get up the ranks, to be part of the higher class. All of that just to be respected? Crow didn't say anything to you but a nod. Crow lets out a sad laugh. The system is kinda... if you feel it thing. You don't really feel it, much less see it, unless you've been at its mercy. It's a dog-eats-dog world out there, Althemia. You'll never know who is the next victim. A soft, sad smile made its way on his face, which is why I strive to protect you. Me. Both of those sound so... You are left to your thoughts to process what Crow told you about the newfound information. This probably explains the bullying and how the school was handled. Your position in the city is just a second priority. Heck, maybe not even a priority at all. That means if I ever want to help keep my family's farm up, I have to make it up there. Crow nodded before continuing. Once you're up there, you'll have a better life. You'll be respected. You'll be rich. People will do as you tell them. That's messed up. Did people ever protest? Crow, however, did not answer, as if scared that someone would hear him. He remained quiet, only giving you a look that probably says that things did not go well. Just like when we were hearing this from Hugo, this is dark. This is sad. And what sucks even more is that this is reality. This isn't just fiction at this point. He refused to ask for more elaboration. That reminds me, Althemia. Crow starts. You never told me as to how or why you chose this university. Your family owns a farm, correct? You bit your lip as you thought of home. We do, but I wouldn't say we're doing well. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay, really. It's my burden to carry, and not yours. And I'm going to work hard for it. Anything. I'll do anything. Yep. That was us making it a deal with the devil. But you're nearing the end of the school year, and you cannot afford to go back again. Not with this debt. Credits alone isn't enough to cut it. Whenever you think about it, you keep seeing the tall man's ever-sharp magenta eyes burning into you. It leaves a bad taste in your mouth and a stinging feeling in your chest. Your heart ached as you stared back into Crow's own azure eyes. Are you alright, Althemia? You zoned out a bit. If I get to be part of the higher class, then I can have a better chance in life, right? Crow was surprised at your sudden enthusiasm, but nodded regardless. That's right. As you give Crow a reassuring smile, you clenched your fist. Then I'll work hard to show those higher class that I am worth their time. Crow chuckles and nods. You know that he's got your back. And then Crow raised his hand and tucked a loose strand behind your ear. He sensed him placing something soft, and you reached out to touch what felt like petals. That looks good on you. What is it? Crow then leads you to a nearby pond. You looked and saw your reflection. On your hair is a red carnation. Oh, I didn't know carnations grew here. Crow only chuckled, fixing the flower on your hair. And Crow was silent, basking in your presence. His expression then went dim, as if something's bothering him. You took notice, of course. Is something the matter, Crow? He blinked once, twice. He averted his gaze, a bit hesitant to speak up. You grabbed his hand to reassure him that it's fine. He sighs as he speaks. Your friend. My friend? The tall one in green. What are your thoughts on him? Soul? He's cute. Crow chuckles at your comment, though it feels strained. Is that so? Then tell me, Althemia. Do you like him? What makes you say that? You did say he's cute. I just think he's cute, that's all. Crow stopped his teasing, but the dullness in his eyes remained. Crow looks around for a while, basking in the various beauties of flora. What do you think carnation means? You tilted your head, making sure the said flower doesn't fall from your head as Crow continued on with his talk. Passion flower means hope, while carnations mean... I couldn't seem to remember. What do you think it means, Althemia? You thought for a while, knowing some carnations are found to be in bouquets. Well, it has to be something romantic. They're often a perfect gift to family and loved ones. Is that so? I might have to look up what it means then. Your eyes met his, and for a moment his gaze lingered. Were his eyes always this blue? You never noticed before. In the way his lashes flutter and touch his cheeks when he blinks, his plump lips are always glistening whenever sunlight hits him. His eyes went half-lidded as he leaned closer and closer. As if in a trance, your eyes slowly start to close. Welcome, lads of flames. Congratulations on your first time chatting. I'm good. How are you? Let's stay put. You froze. You feel your heart beating faster, the feeling of blood rushing and rising to your cheeks as you try to rethink what is happening. That's good to hear. Crow, we better get of course, Brittany. Your eyes popped open and you quickly backed away. Crow backed away as well as he waved to Brittany. Brittany just raised a brow at the both of you before shrugging it off and leaving the greenhouse. Crow sighed, seemingly disappointed, before giving you his hand for you to take. We should get going. You pouted at the moment ruined, accepting his extended hand, and left the greenhouse with Crow. You and the rest of the group got back inside the campus. Everyone already went to their respective classes. I'm going to head back first. I'll see you in class, Althemia. Of course. Crow didn't even walk away just yet. He just stood there for a while, contemplating something before shaking his head and walking away, a tint of red touching the tip of his ears as he walked. Just by the corner of your eye, you spotted two familiar-looking individuals. It was Sol and Hugo. Sol noticed you first and went to you, a noticeable skip in his steps. Althemia! Hey, Sol. Hey, Hugo. Are you both heading to your next class? Hugo laughed, a hand on his chest as if you told him a very funny joke. Actually, I have a better idea. Let's skip class. Skip class? Yeah, it'll be fun. Sol gave Hugo a punch on his ribs, making the shorter male choke out the words he was supposed to say as he doubled over and clutched his stomach. Let's ditch. Hugo just gave him a glare. Sol ignored him as he anticipated your answer. Hanging out with these two sound fun, but you remember your next class is with Crow. Maybe you can. Okay, we already did these two options, so we're gonna save there. I wanna go back to this one. I said he's cute, but let's say he's nothing more but a classmate. Crow's eyebrows raised. Is that so? Yeah, besides, he's my partner for our art class, so I'm basically stuck with him until the projects are done. I see. Crow nodded. He didn't say anything afterward, however his gaze was far, pondering something before shaking it off from his mind. Crow looks around for a while, basking in the various beauties of Flora. Okay. We'll lean in this time. As if you lost control of your body and it started moving on its own, you leaned closer as well. Your eyes now closed, feeling his breath near your own lips as he draws closer and closer. Okay, so that's the same. 6.
Oh, my saves. My saves.
Okay. I'm still missing a picture. I'm sorry, I couldn't bear to skip on the second day. Sol didn't say anything as his shoulders slumped, indicating his obvious disappointment. But there was something else in the dullness of his eyes. You were interrupted by Hugo. That's all right, Althemia, but promise you'll hang out eventually. On a weekend then, I'm sure. Wait, Sol spoke, making you and Hugo look at him. Can I at least take you to your next class? He asked you. There is a hint of desperation within his reddish-orange eyes. You don't see what's the problem with it, so you agreed. Well, I see you at the usual, Sol. Hugo waved to the both of you before walking off. Let's go, shall we? Sol nods as you walk along, Sol following beside you. You and Sol walk through the hallway towards your next class's classroom. You couldn't help but check on Sol. He seems nervous. You look down and see that his hands are shaking. Oh, it doesn't say on this part. I'll save. I'll take his hand. Just then, your classroom opened a door, and there stood Crow. His eyes perked upon seeing you. There you are, Althemia, just in time for the next class, too. And Jess noticed Sol's presence beside you. His eyebrows perked up as he gave the tall student a soft smile. And hello there, Sol. What brings you here? Sol, however, was silent, and his gaze dark before responding. Just escorting Althemia. That's really sweet of you to do, Sol. Crow didn't mind the male any longer before returning his attention back to you. You should probably get in. The professor is coming any time now. Oh, right. Thank you again, Sol, for coming with me. You entered the classroom along with Crow, failing to see Sol's ever-darkening gaze as his fist clenched, drawing blood. Ooh, ow. He stares at the door, moving aside as he leaned on the wall right beside the door. Sol looked down to stare at his palm. Sol cursed. It reopened. He raised his palm and licked the blood away. Ichabod. It's always been you. I should have dealt with him years ago. Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh, we got it! We got it! No, preferences. We got all the photos! What up? Oh, my stars. Oh, we went hella over. Whoopsies. Oops. But that's okay.